Alright, here we go. Good morning. Ha! I demand brain rot? Okay, hold on. I might got you. Let me think. Oh, I had a good one. Hold on, I had a good one recently. See if I can find. Checking the Twitter bookmark. See if I booked it. Good. Sorry, I don't mean to be put on the spot like that. How do I not have something ready? YouTube. Something. I just re-upped on YouTube Premium. I didn't realize, so I had canceled it because on mobile it's more expensive and then on desktop, which I think a lot of things are kind of dumb. But I definitely needed to re-up it. I was getting ads and I'm like, I don't know. Gotten ads and like
It's like 30% more expensive to buy anything on mobile normally.
It really is. Thank you for the resub, Lakecom. 30 big months. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. No, my feed has just been Yu-Gi-Oh! Lately. I've been watching a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. I don't think... Whoa.
3 months for episode 3.
Thank you, Thorn, for the resub, for the Prime. 3 months for episode 3. Yeah, so I don't think I'll be able to find any brain rot for you, Bladecom, because we got to get on with this episode 3. I actually have quite a bit of a ways to go in this episode 3, and there's a lot that can happen and will happen here almost certainly. So what happened last time? Last time, new Beatrice, Ava Beatrice, killed Rosa and Maria in the garden. Maria was strangled to death and Rosa was impaled on one of the fence spikes. To be honest, I don't know if you will finish this episode. Oh my goodness, there's a lot to go then, huh? And then it was kind of gruesome, so Battler's like, Beatrice, this doesn't seem like a game anymore. This actually just seems like masturbatory hyperviolence. As though he was watching a Quentin Tarantino flick. And she's like, you know what, maybe you're right. And kind of like felt bad that she kind of overstepped. So she told the new Beatrice, hey, when you go to do like the next Twilights, maybe like, you know, take a step back and don't be so gruesome. And new Beatrice was like, F that. You did it, so I'm gonna do it. Which, you know, is kind of sick, actually. And yeah, so I think that's like the gist of kind of where we're at. It is now the next, or it's still that night, I think. And I think they just found the bodies of Rosa and Maria, or they're about to. Because, like, Rudolph's going outside, so. I'm a little sleepy, just admittedly, as always. So I might not be super high energy here, but I'm excited to see what happens in this episode. Certainly the body can not last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but of course we understand. Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker out. It's probably at its brightest now. It's the most convenient time. Most convenient time to look for Rosa and Maria. Only about an hour has passed since Rosa was attacked. This is simply too reckless. It was only natural that Nazi was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly, on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy, since it was still only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive. Oh, go back to the main house to get to the kitchen is what they're suggesting. I am opposed to this. It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place. Don't worry about us. But it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must be responsible as a parent. Here, now that the father is dead, you are the Ushirimiya family head. It is not permissible for you to take on such a danger. You're right. It's like Natsuhi says. Kraus, you should remain here as our leader. Then who will go to the mansion? I think it should be Kiri and me, and Hideyoshi too. Hideyoshi and I have guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily. Rosa also had a gun, but she was attacked. Won't it be dangerous? When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria, I had a gun, but I was alone, and yet I wasn't attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man. We'll have 2 men. And even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guard. Whoa.
You.
Yo. Sabardic, thank you for the resub. 2 months of support. Welcome back to the tournament staff. I appreciate the support a lot. Thank you. There's a lot of people who could have spent the Prime on, and I'm honored you picked me. And I'll transport cargo using a cart. I believe the situation will be significantly different than it was for Rosa. If you're counting on me because I'm a man, I'd be happy to help. I may not look it, but I'm built up pretty strong from pushing food stands around. Leave the heavy lifting to me. You men can devote yourselves to guarding. There's a folding cart in the servants' room, and using that I should be able to handle carrying the food. Of course, we'll be careful. And if we can't succeed in the adventure just once, there won't be any need for us to take risks again. Oh my god, sorry. Is there any way I can get you to rethink this? It may be painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we do not know what is happening outside now. We'll take care. And Ava's feeling pretty darn bad right now. We can't let her stay hungry. If her stomach's empty, she can't take her medicine. I have to go out for Ava's sake as well. How is Ava? Looks like she's finally gotten to sleep. She has a high fever. If we just leave her be for a while. You can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Understood? Is that a gun? Yes. It is a gun. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. Well, a bunch of them have guns. Then we'll take a little trip there and back. A speed contest. Sad we were 94% hype train. Oh, I didn't even notice. I should have pointed it out. Well, thank you to those who tried for the hype train. It's a bit of a chill stream. We don't get a lot of hype trains here. Then we'll take a last trip there and back. A speed contest. Canned food's okay, right? You at least have a can opener here, don't you? Yes. We have a can opener and a bottle opener. Presents Akatsuki 6B. There's a running water in the guest house, so we won't need anything to drink. We need to get 10 people's worth. So no being picky about what you get. Alright. Why don't we dash out and bring it back quickly? There's no time to open umbrellas. See, Aniki. I'll trust you to look after this place. Take care. Under normal circumstances, I'd want to go too. Being a man, I despise how this title of the oldest brother prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this. This is about the only time we get to show off. Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Aniki. Okay, Natsuhi. Wait here and get some towels ready or something. We aren't using umbrellas. So we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back. Understood. Take care. They're gonna die. Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns and a folded cart. I can't wait to get home and see my wife again. Yeah, last day on the job. Can't wait till we finish this one routine inspection, and then I get to retire. If everyone had been still and quiet without the wind and the rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. There was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun. Then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice. I agree with that. The Rose Garden. It feels like we're just asking to be attacked. Please, let nobody come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief. No problems for the first step, unlike how it was for Rosa. Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily. I'd like to believe that. Kiri, unlock the door while we keep a lookout. Sure. Returning home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel just like an executive. If we had a welcoming party of servants with a red carpet, it'd be perfect. A welcoming party, huh? You never know. Be careful. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kiri unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given. It's open. Hideyoshi, could you take the front? I'll keep an eye on the rear. Understood. Kiri, try not to move from my shadow. Okay, let's break in. Rear guard? Roger that. Covering. Oh, they're having fun with it. Ah, men. Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you? Give it up. That's how men are. Seriously, though, that stench is awful. It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence. And on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiling room. And they were stuck in with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion. No problems in the front. Just a short dash to the kitchen. Let's finish this quickly and head home. This suit will get fumigated with Dad's stench. The three of them dashed toward the kitchen. Honka? Oh, yep. Here we go. They're dead. After they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there. They were lured out, just as planned. Just as planned, they got caught in my trap. The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, it hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic. What reckless people. They'll never leave this mansion alive. Seal yourself, Locke. Seal yourself, mansion. The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless the barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it. Whoa, Jujutsu Kaisen reference. The way they draw the smug face are pretty... I actually really like this art style. It's like, you know, very simple and kind of crude, but like, I don't know, it's charming. Spectacular. To think that even though barely half a day passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well. That talent surprises me. It's almost as though you were born a witch. Well, I have been a witch since the time of my birth. Who taught you how to blink? That's what using magic is like for me. What a fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again. Well then. First up is Rudolph and Kiri. But in what cruel way should I kill them? If you don't mind me saying, your predecessor has left instructions that you restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty. And there is an etiquette for offering sacrifices from the fourth twilight onwards. For that, you must borrow the power of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Oh, really? Now that you mention it, that's right. I can only play as I like with the second twilight. Boring. Just when I thought I could play into my heart's content like I did with Rosa. But that only counts for how they're killed in the end, right? Meaning? I could just kill them however I want, over and over again. Revive them. And then follow the epitaph during the last time I kill them, right? So in the end, no matter how I play, that isn't a problem. Who'd act well behaved with an entertaining power like this? That is sadistic. Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the Fourth Twilight and onward was represented by lines like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way these people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. Can you please not kill them? Can you not? Can you stop? She had to just keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Renault felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her. They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see that that may be true. Do as you wish, is what I would like to say, but here, it may actually be wiser to show restraint. They have guns. Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemy of witches and demons. Oh, I did not know that. I would guess that guns are extremely inefficient against witches, but apparently they have high anti-magic power in them. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler, who was surprisingly afraid of guns. That can't be right. Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily? That's what I'm saying. How did Natsuhi fold with a gun in episode 1 then? Exactly. No. It would be just as fatal for a witch as it would be for a normal human. To prevent that weak point from being noticed, most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with a defensive protective barriers and furniture. Do I have any of those protective barriers? Constructing a barrier makes Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and ceremonies. I am afraid to say that Beatrice-sama currently has none of these. Furthermore, you are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet. So even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets? It's annoying, but I don't have a choice. So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs? Yes. Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also a part of a witch's refined tastes. Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place. Alright, I get it. I call on the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I don't care who. Any two. Leviathan and Belphegor responded to the call. Leviathan of Envy right here, and Belphegor of Sloth. Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Kiri. Don't attack Hideyoshi. Come on. Show me just how cruel you can be, furniture. My apologies, but we've received orders from the predecessor to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions. But I think the predecessor's order does give us some leeway to tease them. Do you still want to go through with it? I get it. I'll compromise. Don't let them die easily. Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them. Good evening. Good evening. Hi, hi. Will that be okay, Renault? Yes. Depending on the degree, I do not believe there will be a problem. Then, go. Yes, leave it to us. Your opponents are armed with guns. For those such as you, dodging them should be easy. But if you are hit, the wound will be fatal. Proceed with an appropriate level of caution. Don't worry, we aren't that incompetent. The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Renault bowed and vanished himself. There are even rules on how to kill them. Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor? It's so rigid and boring. They'll get shot? Perhaps. I'd love to see one of them get shot, actually. As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung on the wall, she cursed. The three people had already arrived in the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned food. It was very heavy, but by piling it in the cart, they could carry it well enough. Peak fiction incoming, as if it isn't all. I'm excited. I'm excited. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. The two men were supposed to focus solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kiri, even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty. With all this, even George and the kids will be full. The trip back will be a picnic, so let's go. When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kiri frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No. If her gaze could go through that, there was a main hall beyond it. What is it, Kiri? It's vague, but I've got a bad feeling gnawing at me. Oh. Kiri have powers? Kiri stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further. Women's intuition? At times like this, Kiri's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition. Yes, someone's probably waiting to ambush us. I didn't sense them before, but just now, I felt it. Just now, someone has set up an ambush for us. Then there's no reason to go back the way we came. There's a back door over there, right? Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they would be able to leave through that with the cart. What the heck? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on? Can't you open it? Nope. Broken? It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, using force, and then coaxing it. But the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge. Don't force it. Let's just leave through the front entrance. Right now, it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time. You think this is a trap? I don't know. Be careful. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance. Is it odd that I see Kiri as a gender-bent Dante from the Devil May Cry series with that hairstyle? Points at white hair. Oh my god, it's Dante. Who is it? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaves started blowing and gold butterflies covered the air with a gold color. I can't believe it. A lowly human predicted our ambush? It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence. Don't hesitate. Fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair easily as though it were a wet paper wall, but the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those. Wait a sec! You won't even give us a chance to say our names? This is why I hate humans. Leviathan was a full 10 meters away from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting. In accordance with Beatrice's orders, we will hunt you down. Our orders tell us to make it sometime and tease you. You are free to resist, but know that it will be useless. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile. What are these girls? Forget the cart. We have two opponents, so if we split up, they can't chase all of us. All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of any crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape. It's a tight spot. Escaping its victory. In a tight spot, escaping is victory. The three of them ran to the depths of the mansion at full tilt. The pair of furniture calmly watched them go. I'll kill the woman. You take the man. Understood. The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and on the chandelier made figures explode, and leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Oh yeah, chase music. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the other's path of retreat. Yeah, this is a Banger song. Let's see what this furniture's got. I hope they're at least able to amuse me. Beatrice-sama. It may not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily. And don't you unnecessarily move your king... And you don't unnecessarily move your king away from the center. That's part of a monarch's and a witch's dignity. I hope she gets shot, man. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor. It's useless to try to resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything. Just close your eyes. I'll gently end it all for you. You'd make a good wife. What a god. Green hair versus Gender Bentante from DMC, and I know nothing about Belphegor versus Rudolph the Red-Nosed Gun Deer. What a title. Rudolph is so based. You'd make a good wife. Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired. To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this. Beatrice-sama, thank you for this excellent prey. Die. Rudolph shot first. But even before the bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. Dedge? However, incredibly, before the arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointing behind his back. From the same motion which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly, it was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click. Cha-chink. It was the sound of an ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned. Not bad for a middle-aged man. Don't doubt middle-aged men, okay? Triple H of wrestling fame is perpetually middle-aged, and he beats the shit out of everybody. Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns, okay? You brats don't know anything about the refinement of a lever action. Is Rudolph the GOAT in this game? Rudolph's kind of goated. I don't know. Rudolph's kind of sick. He might be who I main in the fighting game. That's Silent Hooper right there. That's Rudolph Ushiromiya. Bang. Just like Rudolph, Kiri was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor. What a moron. You could have just escaped with your husband. You do know that was your final farewell just now, right? He is goated, but there are many goats. The mountain has many goats on it, and each must climb. What's Seiso? Seiso, I believe, translates literally to clean, and it means, like, safe for work in the VTuber space. So these two, we got to talk about these two really quick. Kiri and Rudolph. I think they've been known since day one. I think they're actually like on it. Cause yeah, they're so sick. And like I'm telling you, I always harken back to day one when Rudolph's like, hey, we might die tonight. I think they've been known since day one. And Kyrie's got this intuition. Kyrie's a master of game theory. Rudolph is like, he's so sick. I thought I was gonna hate this dude. I think he's gonna be S tier for episode 3. I don't know. Every time he's done something, it's been godlike. Don't worry. This kind of thing is my husband's specialty. I'm sure he'd come for me on a white horse soon. Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble. Not even when Asuma-san was around. Who's Asuma? What a happy couple. I'm jealous. I'm Leviathan of Envy. Envy is my power. I'm jealous. I'm envy. My anger, my lifeblood is envy. Asumu is Battler's mom. Ah, okay, thank you. Really makes you wonder how they fare in the previous episode. Did they stay alive till the end? Yeah, they always died early, huh? They died in the first Twilight in both episodes. I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power. And if that is power, I won't lose to a girl like you. Gosh, she's so sick. Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. You actually think I'd let you two be reunited? I'll give you a tragic farewell. I am Leviathan, The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. Incoming She took... Oh, right, because Hideyoshi was the one with the cart. Kairi blocked it with her gun. Even though the magical blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magical resistance power, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled-up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times. It blocked all of them. And without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upwards, Kiri kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Before the demon's stake feet touched the ground again, Kiri was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the 2 women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze. This is super well written. Can you do it? Can you pull that trigger? Bitch, look at her face. Of course she can pull the trigger. You kidding me? I can be brutal when my husband isn't around. Oh, immediate, on site. Frame 1 pull. Ow, 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 ow. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back to the main hall they'd started from. The predecessor's furniture is pretty good. They aren't very flashy, though. Beatrice, it isn't over yet, and it's dangerous to show yourself. Oh, get her ass! Don't tell me you're Ava. That used to be my name, but it's different now, Rudolph. Oh, frame 1, frame 1. You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right? Yeah, how'd you know? Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea. Rosa, forgive me. Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell that you're in. That is one of the hardest lines that has been uttered in this series. Beatrice, look out! Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister, but Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. Should we just call this Ava? Ava Beatrice or Ava B? I'm calling her New Beatrice. She dodged that shot and again headed for Rudolph's back, and vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. A pixie. And she blinked in and out of vision. Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph. Maybe this is kind of fun. Rudolph, let me sit back and watch and see how long your brave efforts last you. At that time, there was a dull tearing sound, along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he'd let it lightly cut his flank. The single wound slowed him down just once. Ah, no. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Ava Beatrice? Yeah, that makes sense. Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kiri hadn't suffered a single fatal wound. I really am a moron. Among the 7 sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid. That inferiority complex became envy. And when I converted that into power, I gained a strength greater than that of any sisters. It is important for young girls to have a moderate inferiority complex. It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work. I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans, but I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely into your husband into power. I don't like it. Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life? I wonder. I get it. You're fully convinced that your husband will come to your rescue and save you. Isn't that incredible, that trust of yours? It's enough to make me jealous. What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying thoroughly to lambaste each other when things already look bad. I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one person to take my side. So, when I see you with a single ally who's completely trustworthy, I feel the strongest envy. Ah, that confident expression of utter belief in your husband. I can feel it giving me power. I might even surpass that. The speed of sound. Oh. Leviathan turned herself into a stake. At the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy. Since the day my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6, who grew quickly. I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights. You can see the power I gained as a result in my speed. Die, Ushiromiya Kiri. She gonna catch it? The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the wall sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kiri probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kiri spoke with an unbelievably calm voice. I was the one who went out with Rudolph first. Asuma blatantly cut in between us, and shrewdly got pregnant. I don't blame Rudolph. That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him, and then acted even more repulsively, cornering Rudolph and forcing him to get engaged to her. What is she yapping about? Asuma had been carrying Battler, and at the same time, I was also carrying a boy. As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day. Hold on, this is lore. Hold on. What's happening? So Kiri has a son? Or does this go a different way? Then Asuma gave birth to Battler, but I had a miscarriage. I think... Oh! Is Kiri gonna be like, you think you have envy? Let me tell you my story. I think about it sometimes. What if Asuma had the miscarriage and I had been the one to give birth? Would Rudolph have broken off his engagement and married me? But I couldn't give birth to my child. So until Asuma died, and until I got pregnant with Anji, I cursed Asuma and I was jealous. Let Asuma die. Then I want him to marry me. In my envy, I kept cursing like that over and over until Asumu finally did die. I was certain that I'd use the power of magic to curse and kill Asuma. But that didn't quell the flames of my envy. Don't tell anyone, okay? Every time I look at Battler, I remember that woman. Every single time I look at him, I think if only my child had been born, he would be the same age. I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her, even now, and from now on, into the future and for all eternity. You say you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights? Yeah? Don't make me laugh, little girl. How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her and who's burned with envy for 18 years? Oh, this is so good. If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed, then the power that Kiri had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour, to Kiri's eyes, it only looked like 1/938th of that. Which means 1,225 divided by 938 is a speed of 1.3 kilometers per hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers per hour, so it's even less than half of that. That is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. Which means... Who's narrating? Why are they so panicked? In the time it took the demon stake to move at the pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kiri looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Yo! Then she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel. You're completely lacking in both romance and envy. Try harder next time. Ojo-cha. Bang! That was sick. Rudolph, What happened to all that vigor from a few seconds ago? You're supposed to slice up a fish while it's still flopping around. After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore. That's enough. Why not kill you now? Damn it. I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up. That's enough. From now on, you don't need to think about anything. I'll seal away your life painlessly. Wait. There's a favor I'd like to ask. At the very end, I want to do one of those. What do you mean, what's one of those? You know, that thing you see in all the westerns. We start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang. Ah, a duel. Very well. Oh, he's gonna... He's gonna just bop her. He's not even gonna do the duel. He's just gonna be like, let's do a duel. Okay, backs together now. And then he's just gonna blow the back of her head out. I will satisfy your regrets in this world. I will accept. Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture. Let me warn you, even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows, I can move instantaneously, even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull. Yeah, I can feel that already. You're faster than a bullet. I have agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge. Thank me. Well, you're an honest and principled person. And a good woman. You might just steal my heart away. Let's begin. 3 steps will do fine, yes? 1 step. Bang! 2 steps? 3 steps. Is that okay? Yep. And since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps... Since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps, it's my victory, miss. Huh? Oh! Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory. Oh! Is it heading towards Beatrice? Trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. Yeah! Spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier. But before an incarnation of anti-magical power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless. What are you doing? Why'd you get hit? The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic. Forgive me. I'm a coward of a man. What a killjoy. To think that the furniture of a witch could be defeated by a human. Know your shame. Worthless. Pathetic. If only you'd just grovel and die. Quiet, Aniki. She could have dodged it, but she didn't. She realized that you were in the line of fire, Aniki. So this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you. At the very end, she saw that I was pinning the rook and the king. Spectacular. Don't hate me for it. I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were walking those 3 steps. You added those 3 steps out of consideration for me, didn't you? I didn't even try to think about it. I was lazy. You were a good woman. Go to heaven before me and get yourself all made up. I'll definitely come and chat you up. Damn. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power to keep her human form, and she grew small like gold dust, melting into thin air. At that point, Kiri dashed in. It seemed she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. She pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch. She ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph. Are you okay? Were you chatting someone up just now? Yep. A good woman. No match for you, of course. Sorry, Aniki. Checkmate. The two of the... Oh, no! Hideyoshi's gonna kill these two! No! The two of them pinned the witch down the barrels of their guns. Worthless furniture. To think they'd been beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring. Beatrice, we should retreat for now. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kiri, but Renov as well, because a situation like this, with two guns pointed at her, was not the one that even a witch could just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure. Well, it's only natural that the predecessor's worn-out furniture couldn't do it. I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me. Oh no, is Hideyoshi gonna be her furniture? I use them out of obligation, but I've always hated secondhand stuff. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust, with disgust. I don't know what you're talking about. Be a good girl and put your hands up. Then, the witch obediently raised her hands. But instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's batons. Hello, goat. How's it going? Come, arise. Furniture suitable for me. Not that cheap furniture. Much stronger ones. Cruel ones. Stop this bizarre act. I'll pull the trigger. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried in the color of gold. As the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Renov was shocked at the upsurge in magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst this golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kiri had fired around. Then, when the golden flash subsided, at the very least the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kiri must have fired it into her. But the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest. A bulletproof barrier? In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation, even for the predecessor, had been. Renault's face was twisted in shock. And the surprises did not end there. Well, she's really powerful. Whoa. The cloud of gold butterflies had created two humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. Whoa! Sure. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. The Chiester sister's corpse, even the predecessor, wasn't able to summon Pendragon. Pendragon mentioned? Ghosts of Pendragon? Pendragon's memorial troops in a moment's notice, and to do it so easily. Chiester 410, right here. Chiester 45. Oh god, there's like a million of these. You two are suitable furniture for me, I take it. From reading a picture book to aloud, to going on a date, to shooting down meteorites, we'll take care of anything. Why is there bunny girls? I imagine because this is a much younger Beatrice, and so her furniture would be reminiscent more of something more juvenile. If we don't take care of it, Pendragon will get mad at us. Please, your orders. Great Lady Beatrice? Rudolph, let's run for it. We're no match for these ones. Sure. Kiri definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that it had alerted her of the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Without hesitation, they escaped. The witch elegantly watched them leave. She commanded her new furniture. This is an order. Kill the two who ran away, and then bring their corpses back here. I'll bring them back to life and play with them, over and over. The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. Forgive my presumption, but the predecessor asked that you avoid brutal actions of that sort. When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. He was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to its peak. Oh, it's Lucifer of Pride. Long time no see. How you doing? Let's play together sometime. You mustn't whisper, 410. You'll get in trouble. Let us carry out the Great Lady Beatrice's order at once. Well, yeah. We are on the job right now. 410, roger that. Preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Accumulating terrain data. Accumulating data for firing. Data link with 410. 410, data received. Formulating firing curve. Commence data accumulation. Firing. Guidance. System starting. Target locked acquired. Commencing terrain calculation error correction. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point. Calculations complete. Data linked to 45. 45. Data received. Accuracy 97.89%. Choking hazard zone. Ah, that's not good. Lucifer, better get out from behind us. Or you'll get roasted by this back blast. Okay. We're safe. We're safe. Back blast. Thanks to their paired measurements, the Chester sisters were about to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as the firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. None could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability that these two held. 45. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded. As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. A dazzling gold arrow was readied there. 410. Firing. After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. The path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve. It followed the direction that Rudolph and Kiri had escaped in to rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled all over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. Oh, Matcha Neko 67. Thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome. Edge. No one could block the guided shots of the Chester sisters. No one could escape from them. All their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a mercilessly guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. Episode 3, yes! It was very commonplace for them, and they're extraordinary for those in the everyday world. What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around. Dead. The exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. Rudolph! After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kiri's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like that, and just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kiri. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time. What's this? Talk about overwhelming. Ridiculously easy, isn't it? Yeah, the Kiri scene was incredibly good. This is the kind of furniture I need. Way different from predecessor's secondhand furniture. Come on, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and I'll try killing them in as brutal a way I can think of. To think being a witch could be so much fun. Taking a life could be so much fun. Aha! From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It is only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch. And there was some pleasure that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely, did I miss anything big since the end of last stream? Yes, Evan, you missed the sickest Rudolph and Kiri scene, like, up to date. Ugh, fuck. Yeah, unfortunately they just died. But like that their final scene was incredibly good in this episode. I mean they're gonna be very high on the tier list as a result. Every scene with Kiri is a good scene, also true. And doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. And the witch rolled over laughing. The gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, two people were pinned and dragging along. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Kiri had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back. Chester's 45 and 410. Order execution complete. Also, it's got to be funny, Evan, that like you say, hey, did I miss anything from last stream? And you pull up and there's just pink-haired bunny girl that has not been introduced yet. And that's probably how every Umineko stream has been to this point, where it's like, oh, hey guys, I missed 45 minutes. I wonder if anything important has happened. And it's like, oh, look, completely new archetype of character has been introduced. We await your next order, Great Lady Beatrice. Please, your orders. From babysitting to playing online games. Online games? They'll play League of Legends with me. To shooting down a space shuttle. We'll take care of everything. It looks like those two are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th Twilights. Oh yeah, sorry, the entirety of War and Peace happened in the 2 minutes you were gone, NBD. Yeah, it's pretty much, right? So in the end, I'll need those worthless 7 sisters. Or are they the 5 sisters now? I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and the chest. But I can't do that until the very end. But I can do... Oh, excuse me. But I can do that at the very end. And I'm free to play in any way I want until then, right? Wait. Oh, wait. Is this episode gonna end with Predecessor versus Apprentice Beatrice? That would be so peak. Wait. Have you already forgotten what I've told you? Oh, it's you, Predecessor. Do you have any complaints? Of course I do. You're doing whatever you please, aren't you? Why haven't you followed my directions? What's wrong with doing as I please, Predecessor? Anyway, I don't plan on deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest. I'll definitely clean these 2 corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest. I'm telling you, that's not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel... Oh.
Guess what time it is?
Ooh.
Rysair VT Wiggle.
Rysair VT Wiggle time. Shira, thank you for the resub. 52 months of support. Big ups to you. Thank you. Welcome back to the tournament staff. Some people might take it badly. You mean your opponent in that game? The one you're supposedly fighting against somewhere? Renov told me. That blabbermouth. Well, to be perfectly honest, that is how it is. If you go a little too far, that person will object, you see. This points me to the direction that there's definitely something important about Battler playing in the game and, like, going through it. I still think Battler is the source of a lot of this power. Battler is the reason, like, magic exists, probably. Instead of making you take a message, that coward. Well, this is a resident of a different world from yours. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary. Well, that's besides the point, but... Which means this person couldn't interact with me, even if they wanted to, and I can't interact with them, even if I want to either. Simply put, this is a completely unrelated person from a world that's distant away, right? Indeed. For example, perhaps you could say these worlds are like very close parallel lines. The distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they will never cross. For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view that world. They never cross? Which means that world has nothing to do with me. If you're speaking for that person when you tell me to show restraint, please pass this message on to them. To them? What should I say? Oh, slap. It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag. If only you'd just give up and die. She's talking to Beatrice. Oh, I'm sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed she'd be a woman. By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, Predecessor. So please don't get mad at me. Is this what you should do in fighting games? No. You should not be passive-aggressive in fighting games. You should either be passive or aggressive. Do not be both. You will lose. You need to either be aggressive and commit to your lines, or you need to be passive and react to what your opponent does. If you are passive-aggressive in fighting games, you will lose. Do not make presumptions about what your opponent is capable of doing. When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beto's eyes. Oh, on another note, I played my first game of Grand Blue today after, like, months of not playing, but after reading 3 chapters of Umineko. I felt way better about my play than I ever have. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it. Predecessor? Yeah, she didn't choose to make her successor, is right. Predecessor, there's nothing I find really strange. Why do you have to play a game with someone from another world? And have him accept that you're a witch? Well, as to that, it's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is a prerequisite of perfect control. There was a single holdout who simply wouldn't accept me as a witch. Why would you need the approval of a human? Witches are witches and can use magic, so why should we need to be acknowledged by humans? Well, like I said earlier, magic is... I'm a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point? In this world, right? However, since the person won't accept it, how do I explain this? I don't need you to. After all, isn't this about a different world that never crosses this one? In other words, that world might as well not exist. You fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different. Fighting games mentioned is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff from your imagination. I'll say it again. It has nothing to do with me. And I'm already a witch. Poor Beto. I know, I feel so bad for Beto this episode. Predecessor, somewhere or another, it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you. But I'm different. Even though no one has acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already. Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect. But that's out of kindness, not out of duty. I won't ask for your advice anymore, because I clearly know what I should do and how I should play from now on. So I will carry out the murder of 13 people as a final act of respect for you. However, there is absolutely no reason for you to interfere with the methods I use, or what I do afterwards. Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She no longer was under Beto's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, "Don't get in the way of my fun." Beto understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand. I see. Then it's no longer my problem. Go and learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it. I wish you'd tell me where that respect was in that carefree rampage of yours up until now. After hearing that, Beto could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher. Okay, now. Oh, I wonder if Beto went too far after learning magic from Vergilia, lost it, and is now trying to regain it through these games. Ah, that would make a lot of sense. Okay, now. Chester sisters, see off my predecessor on her way back. Predecessor, please leave this place. If you don't, we'll be scolded. Throughout her body, Beto felt something unseeable from the Chester sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. I hope, like, Eva Beatrice's level 3 is summoning the Chester sisters and, like, getting a big arrow super. That would be so cool. Even Beto could not escape from the Chester sisters' attack without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul. Predecessor, if you would retire, I would not recommend damaging Beatrice-sama's mood any further. Predecessor-sama, I understand. I shall leave for now. I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure. Yeah, get out of there, Beto. You're better than this. It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So, after Beto vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing. Well, I do not understand. Or I do understand. The endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with an extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. Do you mind me saying system mechanics for the fighting game would you rather not know yet? I'll leave it. Yeah, I'd like to hear it. I'm sure if you're mentioning it, it's nothing too, like, spoilerific. Do people have, like, JoJo's stands or, like, summons? That'd be cool. Oh, big head pat. I understand the feeling of being possessed with pleasure similar to drugs. It must have been quite fun, judging by your antics in the past. Are you saying it's just like when you tried to admonish me in the past over and over and I did not listen? And I was just going to say it's not her level 3 super because there aren't level 3 supers. Oh, okay. That's funny. Why have you started trying to stole that child for her actions? Well, there's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch, at least in the world on top of the game board. However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside the game board, you need to have Battler, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you. You must have understood that when you started the game. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I am a witch, blow away his desire to deny me and make him surrender, he would acknowledge me as a witch. It all went by my way last time, so I thought I was just a breath away. It's actually the opposite. Battler was disgusted by your brutality. He did not step up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent. It was based on strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch. In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler-kun's acceptance of his role as your opponent was a first step towards making him acknowledge you as a witch. However, it was actually the opposite. Battler challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined not to acknowledge you. No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears his cloak even tighter. You were committing a huge error from the very beginning. This game is not torture to make Battler surrender. It's a test in which you must try to make Battler accept you. Ooh. I vaguely noticed that. The last game was a tough one for Battler. But as it seems you've already noticed, this game is a tough one for you. What should I do from now on? Think about it for yourself. Fortunately, you have already given up your pieces on the game board to the new witch. You should have plenty of time to reflect upon your own self. But Battler's already a massive hostility to me. He won't accept witches, so he won't accept me. Is that case, what can I do to make him accept me? Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him as the sun from now on? Me? After all this time? There's EX specials that are 1 bar, occasional level 1 supers not attached to another special, level 2 supers, and then meta supers that would take more explaining. Yeah, I can't wait to play the game. It's October now. That's Halloween season. It's the month of rebirth, when the sun dies and is revived again. When the sun is weak right after reviving, it may not reach far through the cold winter winds. However, it slowly grows and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak. Are you saying that I've been mistaken? Is this entire novel just a giant redemption arc? That would be so sick. The beautiful hall of the Ushiromiya mansion was covered with a golden sparkle like gold leaf, and stained deep red with a thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kiri had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook. But it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breaths caused by her still uncontainable excitement. Oh. How fun it is to do as I will with people's lives and deaths. With the power of the Endless Witch, the endless everything I paint with my mind becomes reality. No matter how sloppily I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Because in the end, I just have to restore the corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought. She's definitely disrespecting this magic, and I think she's gonna get spanked for it. Hey, you guys! Have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open? Never. What about you, 45? No. I've never done it. My apologies. That's understandable. Normally you wouldn't. Especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it. I've always thought about peeking in and seeing what's packed inside the fluffy stuffed animal I loved. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even though you want to see, you can't. You understand that feeling, right? The power of the Endless Witch can truly grant that wish. As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want. And yet, with a bit of magic, I can return it to normal and revive it. In other words, it means I've broken all limitations in this world. As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up the idea or anything. That joy? There's probably no one who can understand it. No one other than me, the Golden Witch. The witch let out a mad war cry. As she let it out, she revived Rudolph and Kiri again, and faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away. And she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Ew. Quit it, Ava. Huh? Oh, it's you. How long have you been there? In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph or Kiri's gun and come back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously, now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest. Why did you have to kill Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph and Kiri? Huh? I am the head of the Ushiromiya family, the witch of Rokkenjima. Everything that occurs on this island is all up to me. Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment is meaningless to me. You went mad after finding Father's gold. Just how high must that gold have been piled? I can't even imagine. It must have been enough to steal away your sanity. But if there was that much gold, why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up? You misunderstand. All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. None is qualified to touch it except me. What are you? Don't tell me you're that thing Ava told me about long ago. The witch Ava from when she was young. That's right. I'm the me from my years as a girl who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ushiromiya Ava, this whole time. And I'm a witch. Ava became an adult by forgetting me, so she can't use magic. All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas sometimes. When I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off dragonflies. However, I learned the importance of life and graduated from that cruel childhood age. Right now, you really are a child. And personally, a personality that I know Ava graduated from, that personality isn't Ava. It's completely different. Did adult Ava tell Hideyoshi she found the gold? I don't think so. But I guess Hideyoshi did know that the gold was found. That's right. I am not Ushiromiya Ava. I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice. It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations, and the pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful. I don't have to apologize for breaking a goldfish bowl, and I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want. There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Oh, get in. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek. You fool. Don't act like you're cruel. Not when you're really a coward and a weakling. I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to. Again if I have to. Ooh. You fool. Ow, ow. Hey. You're a woman who understands how important and how fragile life is, aren't you? I'll make you remember. What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool? You're my wife, Ushiromiya Ava. If anything, you're a witch of the kitchen, who can always make the perfect snacks out of refrigerator leftovers in a flash. Won't you open your eyes, you fool? Didn't I just tell you that I'm not Ushiromiya Ava? You stupid fool, you... As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through his chest. Ava? Like I said, I'm not Ava. What a stupid, annoying man. You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice of the sixth twilight to you. If only you just hidden under some bed shaking or something. I had planned on letting you go, but no, you went through all the trouble of coming back. You really are a stupid man. Badge. Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second. And staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he hadn't died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze. Should we make this one a new toy and play? As those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead. Yeah, right. What'll we do? The chief's sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression rose to the witch's face looked as though she'd gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it. It's such a killjoy, and it's all this guy's fault. I'm done. Renova, are you there? Yes, right here. Take care of the cleanup. I'll bet the predecessor makes a fuss over this one. Please make it clean enough for that old hag to accept. I guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony, out of a sense of obligation to my predecessor. Treat these 3 corpses as the 4th twilight through 6th twilights. Lucifer, your turn. Is Lucifer gonna not do it? Lucifer of Pride right here. Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them. Into corpses? That's right. Got a problem with that? No. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the 7 Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up, with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Renova appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding. This is an order from Beatrice-sama. Lucifer, carry these 3 and dispose of them in accordance with the etiquette of the ceremony. Then, when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup. Certainly. So all of the furniture seems to be getting a little upset at Eva Beatrice. I wonder if they're going to rebel. The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault. Stupid man. And you didn't even have to die. Here. Here, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me. The crash of Thunderbolt woke Eva from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at the time, her heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he would not leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room. Here, answer me. And now Hideyoshi is dead. So Hideyoshi was the culprit, like the human culprit that could have maybe been doing this. He's dead now. All right, I'm going to save. I'm going to run a quick ad break. I'm going to go refill my water and use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. We're chilling. We're going to try to get to the end of this chapter. I don't know if we'll be able to, but we're definitely going to try. So don't go too far. We'll be back shortly. I'm back. 20 more seconds on the ad. Perfect time. How much more? Sure, quite a bit. Okay, here we go. 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late, and Kraus and Natsuhi, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limit of their patience. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event of Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key was stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. They really are too late. Don't you think something might have happened to them? Indeed. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure. If something happened to prevent them from returning, a terrible thought, but it seems we should ready ourselves for that possibility. Though it really was too reckless after all. That's what I said. Why don't they go outside when they knew it was that dangerous? How foolish. Why go outside, even though Rosa had just been attacked? Nothing will come of saying that now. At any rate, there are now 3 adults in the guest house. Me, you, and Ava, who's asleep with a high fever. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Ava's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she'd had a bad dream or something due to her fever, and was calling for her husband. Ava! What? Are you okay? Where's my husband? My husband isn't here. Even though he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. Even though he promised that he'd grasp my hand the whole time. Kraus was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before. But Natsuhi understood her feelings. Calm down. Hideyoshi is with Rudolph and Kiri, and they're outside right now. Outside? Why? Why did he go outside? After he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go outside or you'll be killed. Eva, calm yourself. Hideyoshi has returned to the mansion with... Hideyoshi returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kiri. Why have they gone to the mansion? What did he go outside, even though it's safe here? Why did he go back to the mansion? They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow. Hideyoshi was worried about your health, and he said that was partly why he wanted to go. When will they come back? When? Don't go outside. Don't go to the rose garden. Don't go to the mansion. The witch is there. The golden witch is walking about. If she finds you, you'll be killed. You'll definitely be killed. When will my husband come back? They left here 30 minutes ago. We are waiting for their return. 30 minutes ago? Isn't that strange? Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion to get food and come back? And why are you two just standing there? We have to go get them. We have to hurry to where they are. I'm sorry. Give me one moment. Apologies for that. And because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsuhi tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode even more. Maybe they had heard the disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, and Battler, George, Jessica, Nanjo, everyone in the house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation. I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the rest. Yeah, that's right. It's even possible that their load's too heavy, and they're having trouble carrying it. They should welcome some extra hands. This happened right after Rosa was attacked. This may have been a secondary disaster connected to that. We should act with caution here and... Don't be a fool. What do you mean, caution? Are you saying we should let my husband die, even though he might be begging for help? I'm gonna go look, and the cowards can stay here. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try to stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. I'll go as well. You will too, right, Battler? The more people, the better. Sure. Aunt Ava, we're coming, even if you tell us not to. I'm coming too. I can't be the only one to hide in a safe place. Jessica, you must not go outside. Stay here with me. Got it? It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Not till he realized that Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother. You playing some Monster Hunter? That's a series I like watching, but I've never played myself. You're right. That should be fine. Let's have Nissan's family keep an eye on the guest house. This is a problem for my family and Battlers, and I wonder if Dr. Nanjo would mind coming too, just in case. In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the corpses of Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi. Damn, like everyone's dead. Died in the hall of the mansion with his forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Apparently they got to be finished off with stakes from here on out. Gross. Mansion spirit. The stomach isn't a particularly lethal spot. You cute? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you for the head pat as well. Died in the hall of the mansion with his chest pierced. That was careless of me. Did you think you were still alive? You small? Yeah, I'm small. The 4th through 6th twilights. Then the corpses were pierced to the forehead, chest, and stomach. Yes. The demon stakes were buried into them, one in Rudolph's forehead, one in Hideyoshi's chest, and one in Kiri's stomach. The disorder of the clothing on all three suggests that they were fighting or running away. Since the three corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some sort of resistance. And they had stakes in the forehead, chest, and stomach. Horrible. Just like usual. I'll grab your tail? Oh no. Even though Renov knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed them in a much, much more horrible way. The corpses had been left in the manor only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into the lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato had changed that into the still better kind of killing that Battler had mentioned earlier. I wonder if Kiri getting in the stomach is a reference to her miscarriage. Possibly. Wanting to have Beto's small bit of... That would be like so cruel. Wanting to have Beto's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this. But judging by Battler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she'd give them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her, but there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Renov remained silent despite knowing of Beto's modest efforts. Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Renov, please declare it in red. Hey, can't you hear me? Please, declare it in red. Repeat it. Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi are dead. My apologies. Allow me to decline from repeating that? The hell? What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Yeah, right? Because maybe Hideyoshi isn't dead. Because if you look here... That was careless of me. Didn't think you were still alive. Yeah, I think he's not dead. Right now, proclaiming victims were dead in red was almost a given. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Renova refused as a part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded. My apologies. As of this moment, I relinquish my position as Milady's representative. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red. The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady. His point is a valid one. Renova is only a representative for Beto's side. If he steps down from that position, and if you will not accept Beto as an opponent, a new representative must be named. No new representative exists. Please, Battler. Please accept Milady as your game partner once more. Oh, good guy Renova is looking out for Beto. Sorry, but that's advice I can't listen to. I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my opponent. My refusal to accept her is why I can't step down from this game. As to her being unpleasant, I apologize in her stead. Allow me to pledge that Milady will not undertake such unpleasant actions again. I wonder about that. Battler, I also want to apologize as that child's teacher. I'll give that child a good talking to. So please, offer your forgiveness just this once. Okay, enough. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy. And no matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. If Beto can say that from her own lips, well, I might listen to her. Understood. If that is your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let us have that child apologize. Renov, call for her. Will that be alright, Battler? Please, do whatever you want. Still, don't expect me to forgive her. Go get that irritating witch. You have my thanks, Battler. I shall summon her here. Milady, Battler's calling for you. Aww. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beto's form. It was much more docile appearance than the one she'd made before. Did you call, Renov? I believe you heard. Is there something you have to say? From your own lips? It looked as though Beto shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times, Beto made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well. And she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims and had broken down crying. Dad, Kitty. I'm hanging there, even if it's for me. It's so crushing, so sad. They probably died instantly. I'm sure that even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, it would have been too late. No, that's wrong. They're definitely alive. They were definitely alive. His chest was stabbed with something like this. My husband must have died in extreme pain. If we had come faster, surely they would have been saved. They would definitely have been saved. It must be tough for you too, Battler, but stay strong. I'm okay. It's okay, Aniki. Let me cry just a little bit longer. I've got it the best. I should be the least sad. So if you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine. That isn't true. I can understand how much it hurts. It must hurt your heart to have lost both parents. I still have Mother. That's much better than what you're going through, Battler. No, that's wrong. It's got to be the toughest for you, George. I understand, Aniki. In this group, you're the saddest, and the one who has it toughest. I understand that. So I can't keep on sobbing like this. Why do you say it's toughest for me? Oh, because Shannon died? To me, Dad and Kiri were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became independent. Since their parents, it was fated that they died before their kids. I just happened a little early, that's all. But it's different for you, Aniki. You didn't just lose your parent who would have parted ways with you eventually. You also lost Shannon. Someone you should have spent the rest of your life with. You can't value human lives differently. Whether it's a baby or an old person, they should all be respected the same. But still, the more life that person has ahead of them, the longer the future you're building together is. The sadder the fact of their death. Aniki, you were engaged to Shannon, right? You promised that you'd build a life and home together in the future. Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was, stuff like my pain doesn't even come close. So you should be allowed to cry much, much more, Aniki. And yet, just because you acted like a big brother to us cousins, you force yourself to act like you're so calm. Stop it, Battler. George was trying to make a calm smile, but already he could stop a single hot tear from leaving the streak down his face. There's no way I wouldn't. Be sad, right? Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my mind. We talked of dreams that could all come true even if we'd lived 100 years. Of those dreams, even the very first one, having her move into my family register, could not be granted. There was no way I wouldn't be sad, right? Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. When even you're struggling to hold it in, I have no right to shed any more tears. We're the same. We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to us. There's no rule that says you can't shed any more tears than me, Battler. And for me too, there's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is there? Aniki? Shannon, the one who shared my dream for the future, is dead. Father's dead too. It's so sad. So sad. As Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them. You understand why I said George has it the toughest? I was listening, so I understand. Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards. Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We're humans. We humans aren't like you witches. From the time we receive life to the moment we die, we live within that limited period as strongly as we can manage. I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that. And I definitely can't forgive anyone who sneers at people and toys with them. A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that. I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived afterwards. It's sneering at the lives of people living with all they've got. That's what I can't forgive the most. George lived his life by recklessly doing his best. He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry Shannon no matter the challenges. That's completely different from me, since I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long while. But still, Beto, for now, stay silent and listen. Indeed. In a way, I understand your point. You say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection. So, considering your circumstances, I just barely bring myself to understand your murders. Because to you, it's a necessary course of action. Hold on, sorry. Because to you, it's a necessary course of action, but that means to all unnecessary actions you take beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal tastes. In other words, if killing the 6 people for the first Twilight was a necessary action for you, then all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets was completely unnecessary and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby. That's an aspect of you that I definitely cannot forgive. Indeed. When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way, you apparently said something like, if they're going to be brought back to life in the end anyway, it doesn't matter how they're killed. I heard from Virgilia. Well, as to that, well, the idea that you can kill them as many times as you want, as long as you bring them back to life in the end, isn't that a completely unnecessary action with no purpose other than to toy around with someone's life? Yeah, we had a wide Beto moment. If you're gonna kill, do it instantly. Don't toy with them. If you won't kill them, then don't bully them. If you're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life, so I can't accept or acknowledge you. I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the value of a life, or the sadness felt when lives are lost. That is why the Endless Magic is known as a black art. The Endless Witch has no concept of limitations. She has no concept of the limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing. For that reason, Endless Witches sometimes start playing by jumping over the gap between life and death, like it's a game. That is a very, very frightening thing. So as an Endless Witch, and by my own choosing, I never reached your level. Is something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beto for a long time, But Beto had been too young to obediently listen to those words. He had been too wild. He had been possessed by that detestable pleasure. I have been told not to break vases, but that's why I wanted to break them. Then I gained the endless magic. When I knew that I could fix them back to normal no matter how badly I broke them, I was surprised at how fun it could be to break a vase. That is what's known as the forbidden honey. People are not captivated by what's inside. They are captivated by the sealed look. It is truly regrettable. I want to ask you, Vergilia, why does this thing called the endless magic exist? For what purpose does it exist in this world? It is not limited to the endless magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Battler, but in order to bring blessings to the human world, we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, and that is why we train so hard. How does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world? When a vase that was an important memento is broken, if, by fixing it, everyone will regain their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary. However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again. I would be reviving it to give humans happiness. In that case, Beto, you fail as an endless witch. Indeed. There's this thing I've been vaguely thinking about. Why do I keep playing this strange game against you? Maybe this game isn't about making me surrender. Maybe it's a test for you to be accepted as an endless witch in the truest sense. Ooh. Battler bullying Beatrice too much? I really do feel bad for Beatrice in this version. I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you was simply as a way to kill time. Sorry, I'm going wide again. I just have to check a setting. Yeah, so we're fine. There were no ulterior motives at work. Just now, I heard the definition of a witch from Vergilia. By that definition, you, Beto, are not even a witch. Oh, bodied. You're an apprentice who's still in training, and who misunderstands her own power. This was supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human. You aren't a witch, then you aren't qualified to be my opponent. Understand? You say, I'm still only an apprentice? Then when will I be accepted as your opponent once again? When can we resume the game? Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch, I'll probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more. I can't understand it if you say it so abstractly like that. Clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness. Nope. I've said enough. You think about the rest. That's all I want to say. So he's saying you need to fix this, and by fix this, it's go defeat Eva Beatrice. If you can't figure it out, try talking with Vergilia and Renove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say. Vergilia, suspend the game for now. Now that Renove has stepped down as a representative, all we can do is wait for Beto to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent. Understood. Until Beto has been acknowledged as having earned those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. So, again, hearkening back to kind of what I've been saying, Battler has a lot of power at this tea party. Battler has a lot of, like, pull in this world. And I think he's really the strongest being in here. Is that alright with you, Beto? I have no objections. I want time and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace. May I leave my seat for that? Yeah, that's fine. Well then, see you later. Wait, don't make that dejected face. Sorry. Letting everything inside my heart show up on my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive. Then maybe there's still some hope for you. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win and I might lose. If you don't come back, it might be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully. However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I'll keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Battler. Thank you, Battler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you. Bladge. After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beto vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now, it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with the 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that they had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed and the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to this guest house. Can Beto just come in, revive the sacrifices, and fuck everything up for Eva? Possibly. I think Beto is going to stop Eva's ascension, and probably there'll be a witch battle to end this. If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have been here. That's not much of a silver lining. Eva, how do you feel? Please, try to take it easy. Thank you. I still feel like I have a fever, but this is no time to complain about that. For the children's sake as well, this is no time to be bedridden. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though a fever would make her mind hazy again. I think she kind of has to go through with the epitaph. Well, Beatrice has to go through with the epitaph, but if Beto isn't Beatrice anymore, does she have to? That's definitely possible. 07 does love shonen and doesn't stray away from cool shonen stuff. Yeah. 100%. And we've already had a witch battle in this episode. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Kraus, Nazi, and Eva. The children and the guest, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor. But wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so they could fight off if the worst happened, but Ava had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Nazi could understand that feeling. Because, yeah, I think the epitaph in this case is just a framing device for the game that Beatrice is playing above the board. And anything that happens in this world is largely fiction. It's just a setting for Beatrice's game in what we would call, quote-unquote, the real world. Also, a great deal of time has passed since the siege began. In the second floor, cousin's room. But that's not to say that there's nothing of consequence that can happen in this world, because, again, if Eva Beatrice becomes powerful enough, she might be able to break out of this chessboard world and, you know, for lack of a better word, planeswalk to the real world. In the second floor cousin's room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to lend them words of encouragement, but when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and the strength of the wind. It seems she would have to be accepted by everyone as a witch to do that. That's probably true. Who knows if, you know, the world Beto and Battler are in isn't just another chess game being played by 2 higher beings. Maybe being played by Kinzo and Virgilia or something like that. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and the strength of the wind, and even what they had been talking about at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. Simulation theory mentioned Pog. It is a visual novel. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse her request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushirimiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that day, different life, surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of that feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. So he cried, just like Battler had. He cried himself dry. By now, his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead cannot come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, he would surely be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around, too. He had died, and Shannon had chased after him, throwing away her own life. He wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to become. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven, but that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. Why is it that when people die, it's so sad like this? Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered. It's always sad when you have to say goodbye. But when the person's older, there is some time. When you know beforehand that it's coming sooner or later, that sadness gets spread out over a long period of time. When misfortune comes suddenly, it's sad, because you don't even get that time. I see. So if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in a hospital, you might be able to ready for yourself for it, bit by bit. But when it happens suddenly someday, you don't get that luxury. The sadness that's usually spread out over 7 years closes in on you all at once. That's pretty tough. Sometimes it makes you feel a sadness so deep, it can leave scars for life. Scars for life, huh? My grandfather's occult hobby. People say that's what caused it. That Beatrice, his mistress, died a long time ago, and he was so sad that he couldn't pull himself together. Some people whisper that this is why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to occult research, in order to revive the dead. If that's true, grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit is the revived Beatrice, and grandfather was reunited with her at the moment he was killed. Pretty ironic that he revived her, and then got killed by her. Even so, grandfather probably managed to meet her. He gambled half his life, and even though it was only for a short time, he was reunited with the woman he wishes to see once again. Then he got totally roasted, though. Feels like that result doesn't quite add up to the cost of researching for half his life. That's not true. Even if it was only for an instant, grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved. And that would be true, even if his crime of going against divine providence was punished by God, and his body was burnt and sent down to hell. Even if that reunion only lasted a very short time, right? George, I wouldn't care I met with the wrath of God and had my body burned, even if it was just for a short amount of time. If I could revive Shannon again, I could sacrifice the rest of my life to the same research as grandfather. I want to talk with Shannon again, even if it's only for 5 minutes. Even 1 minute would be fine. In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life. It's so funny how they know Kinzo is in hell. Yeah. Aniki, when Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood. And on his last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd been given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No. To the contrary, I'll believe strongly that it's real. The power of belief can create miracles. I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and give me the miracle that'll let me see Shannon again. Sorry, you two. What am I talking about? If I could revive the dead with magic, people would probably be researching it everywhere around the world. But things like that don't exist in reality. No one researches it. That's because they know that the dead can't be revived with magic. Sorry for saying something so weird. It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gotten so strange. Sorry for making you tiptoe around me, even though that's tough for us all. Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear the silence. Hey, Shiro. I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee. Mom's very particular about how she likes hers. Does anyone else want a refill? Battler and Jessica lightly shook their heads. Without presenting them any further, I took my mug and left the room. They're not eating anything and they're drinking coffee. Their stomachs are going to be ruined. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nancho's room and asked if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time, I made some for Shannon. She told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Shannon. That's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, the image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they had said that her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night, we were both on the edge of losing it, and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it will probably be immediately cremated. Then I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity. Has the shock of losing Shannon made me go a little crazy? I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition, because on the day of resurrection, there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems the great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered into rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. In other words, that's because Western people knew of a miracle that could revive the dead. But because that miracle doesn't exist in Japan, we burn them. Hey, Soma, thank you for lurking. Now I understand. I understand why grandfather idolized the Western occult. That was his reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him. Grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice has carried out the terrible serial murder with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet for some reason I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles, which Grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ushiromiya family, Grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. Battler had told her that she didn't know the value of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion. That is your wish, you say. If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? Beato looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, her current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but could not begin to compare with her previous strength. Even without the endless magic, I am a great witch whose name has been thundered for 1,000 years. Reviving the dead will be no trouble at all. Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should be easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. So she thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again, over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell, but that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beto had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative. But in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she carefully called out, softly, to George's heart. Whoa. George, can you hear my voice? I can hear you. Who are you? Are you really the witch, Beatrice? Or are you an illusion created by my sorrow? If it's the former, please hear my wish, and if it's the latter, leave me alone. Their conversation in a mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had that experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Normally, you and I would not be able to talk together in this manner. However, you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this. I don't care if the person who killed Shannon was you, or someone else using your name. As long as you exist as a real witch, I'll pay whatever cost you ask for. If you desire my life, take it right now. Please. I want you to bring Shannon back to life. If that's impossible, I'd be satisfying if you just let me talk to her for a short while. Please. I ask for nothing in return. I shall grant that wish. Really? You'll revive Shannon? Indeed. However, my current magical power is not sufficient to use the magic of resurrection. Therefore, I must rely on your help. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I will not hesitate. George Beto? Is everyone Beto? Any other Betos I should know about? I told you, I don't need anything like that. I will chant the magic. Then, a gap will open in the door to the land of the dead. But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through that gap. However, you have strong feelings for Shannon, and those feelings will surely become magic that can bring her soul out without fail. Little Persephone? Any Persephoners? What do you say? Will you help me? I will. If Shannon's life will be restored, there's nothing I'm afraid to lose. George's fist shook in silence. This is curious. Then he slowly came to his senses. He had absently-minded been standing near the door to the window of the hall that whole time. Standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. Is this is that Hercules scene where he gets that lady from the dead? Yeah, where he, like, goes down and chases... That scene freaked me out as a kid. I watched the Hercules movie a lot as a kid. I loved the Hercules Disney movie. I love the Disney Hercules movie. And when he was grabbing Megara's soul back from the dead, and all the like dead souls were like grabbing him and like making him like age. I think they were making him age and like decrepit. That scene freaked me out as a kid. And whoops. And the witch from his dream was still there. This isn't a dream? Be quiet. I am very fragile now. If any more humans appear, I will not be able to preserve this form. I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now. Understand? George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. So if Shannon gets revived and she was part of the first Twilight, how does that work? I think, Susan, you mentioned that earlier. I don't know how that works. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream. Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. With the power of your feelings, we will bring back her soul. You say go, but how? My mother and the rest are downstairs. There's no way they'd let us go outside. And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your form if another human appeared? Come to think of it, that's true. So Kraus and the rest are downstairs. In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Well, we just need to go to the mansion without going down to the first floor, right? It's simple. Beato laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, and without making a sound, it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the rain and wind outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real. Come, let us go. Come with me. Beato gently floated upwards. It was natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through the water. No, George did believe that. So without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet. Oh no, is he just gonna die? Oh, not bad. So you learned how to dance in the sky faster than I could explain it. George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct. This is like all of the Ushiramiyas seem to have just a natural knack for magic. To be able to fly in the air, to swim in the air, you mustn't be bounded by reason. Accept it as a natural thing. You mustn't fall back to your human doctrines, such as those of Newton and Einstein, especially when flying high in the sky. Inexperienced witches sometimes plummet to the earth. I accept things for what they appear to be. I accept things for what they appear to be. George repeated those words over and over. You must not deny magic, no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit. I must say you're doing better than when I first danced through the sky. Here we go. Come with me. When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the storm's sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolded before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream. Being able to fly is incredible, but so is the wind and the rain. What's this? Are the wind and the rain tormenting you? I could teach you magic to block against that, but it may be too early for you, and it may be a misuse of time right now. Yeah, the magic I need isn't that. George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him. The mansion is coming into sight. Hold out just a little longer. If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden. The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. The illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes. Brandon, wait for me. I will definitely revive you. Okay. So Beto's coming with George, trying to get Shannon revived to win back Battler's trust. At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring in the guest house from a different direction. Now all that's left is the 7th and 8th Twilights. Just 2 more, and my obligation to that old hag is finished. I'll kill Kraus and Natsuhi. Let them die together like a good couple that they are. Where's the target, yeah? In the lobby on the first floor of the guest house, 2 targets and Ushumiya Ava identified. Measuring magic power levels. Data link to 410. These 2 are broken! Anti-magic power levels are extremely low. If Ava just goes outside, they're tuna and abalone on a chopping board. What do you think, Great Lady Beatrice? When you give the order, we shall snipe right away. Please, your orders. You guys really are convenient furniture. Not at all like the old secondhand furniture that's only useful for gouging corpses, right? Cheester sisters, please show me your skill once more. Prepare to fire. And carry out the corpses again, got it? Because I'll play with them a lot. No complaints from you, right, Renov? Oh, Renov looks a little pressed. Correct. As you command. At that moment, the witch noticed something. It was as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination? Was that someone's presence just now? Did anyone feel it? My apologies. I haven't noticed anything. Please forgive me. We were in the middle of observing the guest house, so our peripheral surveillance was set to off. What about you, Lucifer? Did you feel any presence? For just an instant, Lucifer glared at Renov, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Renov gave a small nod in response. No. My apologies, Beatrice. We noticed nothing. Forgive us the stupidity of us secondhand for... Shit! Okay, the coup is on, dude. They are ready to rebel. Renov and the Seven Sisters, they are still on Beto's side, and they are ready to rebel. I see. If a great demon like you says that, then it must have been my imagination. The witch persistently stared in the direction the presence had disappeared to. That was where the rose garden lay. And beyond that, she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside and once again faced the guest house. Oh, shoot. Okay, my throat is a little raw right now, so I am going to take another ad break, get some water, rest my throat a minute, then we'll keep going. Give me another 3 minutes. back. I got breads. Alright, it's time. The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The strings of tension binding Kraus, Nazi, and Ava had already loosened, and they were completely worn out, with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, as though fighting their drowsiness. Are you okay, Eva-san? Please, do take it easy and rest. Told you, I'm fine. The three of us are now the only adults. There's no time to rest. No matter what the cost, we must guard this place until the end. She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a short time, had returned. It was very obvious that Ava's health was not good. Take it easy. At least close your eyes. If something happens that you need to be awake for, we will definitely wake you. I'm telling you, I'm fine. Leave me alone. It seemed she was already unwilling to budge. Kraus and Natsuki realized that even if they talked to her anymore when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. Without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Ava right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Ava was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would be pointing at 6 in the afternoon very soon. She had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry. But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came up precisely at 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still had more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Long, painful, hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. In times like this, when the person puts his hands on my forehead, the fever fades at once. But that person no longer exists. As Ava's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted. I was wrong. What do you mean? The new witch and Ava were fundamentally the same being. If Ava talked to her, she would always respond. I thought that if I could gain the position of the Ushirimiya family head, that alone would be enough. But then, as soon as I saw that mountain of gold, my greed grew. I was struck by a desire to have that mountain, all to myself. Oh, that's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it's your natural right as the Ushirimiya family head. How could you not give up even a bit of it to anyone else? I was gripped by that temptation, which is why you were born. Well, you are the younger girl version of me. At the same time, you are also my self-centered evil heart. Because of my foolish greed sprouted by that mountain of gold, the shell of that egg that is my heart cracked, and you were born into this world. I am responsible for you. In that case, when I killed Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, you were responsible for that too. Why did you kill my husband? Why? I didn't want to kill Hideyoshi. He was just so annoying and persistent. And that's no, your fault. It's your fault for choosing a husband like that. A child like you cannot understand what made that man so wonderful. What the heck? Our dreams were made real with magic, right? We solved the riddle of the epitaph. Then we found the gold and got the head's ring. All of our dreams came fully true, right? What more could you want? Those weren't all of my dreams. What about living a wonderful life with that person and giving George an excellent life? I still have many dreams that haven't come true, as a wife, as a mother, and yet, those are just extra dreams you added after becoming an adult. They aren't my dream. Well, that's because you're a child. You only care about what's best for yourself? That's right. Everything is my fault. Back then, why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to? Why couldn't I announce to all of the siblings that I had found the gold? It's all because I'm hideous. My evil heart, which sprouted from my desire to have all that gold for myself, caused you to hatch. Looks like you really hate me. Even though we're both Ushiromiya Eva. No. That isn't true anymore. And it was you who said that. I am Ushiromiya Eva, and you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. So just disappear. Witches are imaginary, illusions that only exist in fairy tales. Things like you should just disappear. Never appear in front of me again. Ah, you're right. I understand. I'll disappear from in front of you. And I am no longer Ushiromiya Eva. From now on, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. So now I can play however I want. I don't even care about you. If only you'd just give up and die. I wonder if they're like Piccolo and Kami, and if one of them dies, the other one does too. After having a very childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Eva vanished. Only Eva was left behind in the darkness, and she questioned herself. Me? I killed them? Did I kill that person? Did I kill him? She can no longer answer that question herself. Popeye's biscuit. It seemed that, half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe as she was dozing off. Eva suddenly started coughing. Are you okay, Eva? Please, Natsu, some water. Yes. I'm fine, okay? I just choked a bit. Eva pushed away Natsu's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet. I'm gonna go wash my face. Sorry, I fell asleep. When I get back, I'll make some more coffee. Extra strong, so that it won't get drowsy until tomorrow morning. Yes, please do. Your coffee's more to my taste than what Goda makes. I'm glad to hear it, even if it's flattery. I'll be back soon. Eva exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Kraus and Natsu walked over to her frail back. So, you sometimes do show concern for Eva, even though you've always been so much at odds with her? Isn't this how an older brother is supposed to be? Yes. I believe you're right. It isn't just Eva. There's Rudolph and Rosa, too. Instead of acting like an older brother to them, all I ever did was speak argumentatively and bully them. In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be like father. But I could never match up, and I always vented my feelings on them. But that's no excuse. I probably gave Eva scars so deep that they still have not healed. I regret it, but even if I apologized after all this time, I would do nothing but heal those wounds. Nothing to heal those wounds. If you could hold on to that feeling, instead of only letting it last for this moment, I'm sure your siblings will come to see it sooner or later. Though by now, Eva is the only sibling I have left. If only you and your siblings hadn't been born into this family, you might have had a more normal and more fun sibling relationship. You mustn't say that. Eva will probably continue to hate me for her whole life, and she has a right to. I intend to resign myself to that fact and accept it. Here. Eva, I'm sorry. Of course you don't have to forgive me. Of course I won't forgive you. What are you talking about after all this time? Oh, so now you're feeling guilty. If only you just give up and die right now. Do it, Chester sisters. Oh my gosh. 45, firing permission received. Reconfirming firing arc. Correcting for weather discrepancies. Data link to 410. 410, data received. Firing permission confirmed. Firing. Together, the sister released the magical bowstring they had readied. A beautiful tail trailed between the golden arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. This thing is so cheap. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew toward the front door of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. The gold snake raced around down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was at the door to the lobby, when it flew into the keyhole, Kraus and Natsuki were already... For an instant, Kraus thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole of the door. This is just like that one whole horse super from Heritage. Yo, it so is. However, at the same time, as he's gonna go sleep, but have fun, everyone. Yes, thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again soon. However, at the same time as he restrained his eyes to see what it was, that sparkle bent like a whip and attacked. This is like a gimlet from Marvel 3. Wrapping itself around Kraus's neck. Gimlet. X Factor. Gimlet. Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Krause's neck. And while that snake choked Krause, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuhi's neck. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed. Edge. Hit and kill confirmed. Formulating towing curve. Revisiting capture points. Revising capture points. Yeah, wait, how are they gonna pull it back through the keyhole? 410, data received. Initiating corpse towing. We got both of them, eh? The gold snake began to drag Krause and Natsuhi's bodies back. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies, gradually increasing in speed. And rapidly pulled them outside the guest house. I guess they just go through the doors. So the lobby was silent, as though nothing had happened. And though Krause and Natsuhi had not been there since the beginning, as though only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, and if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there. Sorry. I'm fine now. I'll go make some coffee. Ava returned from the bathroom, but no one was in the lobby. Even though it had supposedly been in that sofa until the moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom, they were gone, as though it had been an illusion from the very beginning. How careless of them. Where did those two go off to together? Ava put her hand on the sofa as though acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt a warmth that meant they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Ava sat down and waited for their return. So it's just the kids, Ava and Nanjo, left alive now. I hope Ava gets to, like, pop off and confront Ava Beatrice. Beto and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was serious, and there was even sweat on his forehead. However, Beto was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing. Good. Don't talk to her. Don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart, and seek her with the hand of your heart. Only your strong feelings could make my magic reach Shannon's lost soul. Lost soul? George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beto turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily, without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she would be able to finish the chant, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed. I'd forgotten for several centuries. Was resurrection always this difficult? Beto was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magic power, which could be used over and over with a snap of her fingers. So the heavy burden of her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural. However, this man's power, even though he doesn't know magic, it's nothing to be laughed at. I see. So he truly is Kinzo's grandchild. The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beto thought it must be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Battler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way that he tried his hardest throughout his life. From the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over again and make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they cannot return things to their original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul. So, is an endless witch who can do as she pleases even with life and death inferior to a human who can't even surpass the mountain of death? This time the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold magical power that could never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of a life. Why did this thing called the Endless Magic exist? Even though I call myself the Endless Witch, did I forget what the Endless Magic means for 1,000 years? He looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. Though in that instance, all the magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty, but that just made me want to touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces, like a bubble that had popped. It felt as though the time it possessed a form had just been an illusion. Lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase would not return back to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never be revived again. Then, I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure Grandfather will also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all the people who love Grandfather and see him like that will cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I'm a little lost here. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Who's talking here? Beatrice appeared and spoke. Pause. Beatrice is speaking here. Beatrice or Beto. Beto is Kinzo's granddaughter, perhaps? This is a flashback to the beginning of part 3. This is the same narration that was happening at the beginning of part 3. And they said grandfather again, and I remember I was very confused as who could grandfather be. I think we're about to find out who grandfather is here. And if grandfather is Kinzo, yeah, I don't either. But if grandfather is Kinzo, that would make Beatrice Kinzo's grandchild, which is very unlikely. Or Beto. It would make Beto Kinzo's grandchild. But I think this is... Who is grandfather here? Then, milady, let us revive that vase with magic. If that will make everyone happy, the vase and the magic and the spirits will happily lend you their power and return it to its original form. Come, milady. Close your eyes and chant with me. Come. Try closing your eyes and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Grandfather will be upset if that vase breaks. Unless Beto is Maria, right? Which is also a possibility. Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door of the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it that way was horribly violent, and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful, and yet gentle and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes, and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from outside touched the hearts of the dead, and trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then, they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul, sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket, it was covered with rose flowers, frozen with frost. She was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted the casket up. While at a glance, it looked like a funeral march. It had the complete opposite meaning. It was solemn, but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light. offering their respect to this unknown member of the living who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which had been long forgotten. George remembered being told that it must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying not to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Then those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then, her eyes moved and recognized George. George. As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint, so much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard that person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and who should have been dead, call his name once again. Shannon, do you know who I am? George, is this a dream? No, this isn't a dream. Come, see here. Even if I pinch you, you won't wake up. As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past when Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate with when they are reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of words in this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had. So George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to a place the other's hand couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly and so gently. As Shannon's fingers curled around George's back, on her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. That strong glint certainly wasn't just the sparkle of a diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beto understood. That ring, no. That feeling of the pair embodied in that ring was a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beto had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all of one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the Endless Witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magic, true magical power, exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch. Beatrice. She brought you back to life. Thank you, Beatrice. No, I did nothing. What revived Shannon was your magical power. It was your magic. The Ushiromiya blood, which makes miracles come true, surely saw you through. George revived me? Indeed. It was an incredible display of magical power, one that I could not hope to compete with. So, I am still nothing more than an apprentice. Now I finally know my place. Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all of her magical and physical strength. And as she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she'd been able to play around with however she wanted in the past, the couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared. Thank you, Beatrice. We're in your debt. Thank you very much, Beatrice. I'll never forget the debt I owe you for bringing me to George again. Stop. Being thanked by a pair of lovers is far too embarrassing for one who has been feared as a monster of a person. Don't worry about me. Celebrate your reunion together, to the fullest. Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, laid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic? I probably haven't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means? Finally, it seems you've remembered how to use magic. My head feels parched and suffocated, and I can't even remember. More importantly, didn't I kill you? You shouldn't be appearing. You are still allowing me to live even now. That is why I can appear like this. However, I did not come just to pay your head, just to pat your head. Did you come to sneer at how pathetic I am? Anyway, if I have my head patted by a retired witch after all that's happened, the other witches will laugh at me. That's right. According to your bragging, you were not only a full adult, but a retired one. And yet only now have you learned how to use magic. That certainly does sound too embarrassing to tell anyone. Yeah, tell me about it. Keep it a secret, okay, teacher? Beto gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency. Love, is it? I'm no match. Oh shit. Jump scared. 45, data received. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded. Oh no, they're about to get gat down. The gold snake arrow fired by the Chesters. Weaved, oh my god. Oh, please. Go Rose Garden, wade through the hedges, climb the stone steps toward the mansion's entrance, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors and flew into the keyhole of the door to the parlor. Oh! It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beto, who was completely worn out for not noticing beforehand. Oh no. Right before Beto's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in a blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture, and it had happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. So it's interesting that they make a distinction between... They make a distinction between magic in what, like, the witches have been doing, and this instance of magic, which is kind of alluded to be, like, love. So, I'm not sure if the idea is that, like, emotion and love is magic, and all of this other stuff that happens is all just, like, flash and pomp. But I'm curious what they'll do with that. And, like, Beto finally learning how to use magic, in Virgilia's words, is interesting, because that implies that what she's been doing up to this point is, in essence, not magic. Before Beto's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor. George, Shannon? Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us meet. Even just for a short while. Thank you. George spent his last breath thanking Beto and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. Then the tip of the snake met Beto's gaze. In that instant, Beto was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers of both of her hands drawing a seal. Oh, let's go. Instantly, gold-colored gold leaf buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a bazaar of gold. Black and white magic type shit? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it, right? Beto, run while you can. No one can escape from the Chester's golden bow. 410, target lost. Yaha, it's magical chaff. Roger that. Modifying search algorithm, switching to anti-personnel image-based tracking. Target lock reacquired. Data received. Too slow, predecessor. Coming. Impact. Impacto. Prey targeted by the Chester sisters' golden bow did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beto's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beto. Oh no. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. Aww. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beto as she used that instant to escape. I am hella rooting for Beto now. It's crazy how this game has completely flipped my perception of her. As soon as Virgilia saw that Beto had gotten away, she died. Rip Virgilia. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Beto completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. You bitch. Beto felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course, she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beto was enraged at the barbarism that had boorishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beto had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them. Even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beto trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought by such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the act she herself had committed up until that point. Just as strongly as Beto hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. Yeah, this is going to be like a redemption arc for her. But now she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended, thinking they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces. Target scattered. Without a doubt, we crushed predecessor. Looks like our pile of kill medals is going to get bigger again, yeah? Call of Duty player. What was that about loving couples? You get to enjoy tearing the two apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again, right? God, she's the worst. And along with us, I get to say goodbye to that damn fussy old hag. Renov, you don't have any complaints, right? I do not. Beatrice. That person interfered with the ceremony of the witch's epitaph, you see. She revived a sacrifice from the first twilight without permission, obstructing my ceremony. She's got no right at all to complain. But it sucks that she didn't leave a corpse behind. And I thought I'd be able to torture that old hag to death over and over again endlessly. Don't get cocky, Eva Beatrice. Renov is gonna kill her ass. Renov is like, I am so tired of this shit. George did. No, I didn't see him. When did he come down? When? You say? What, an hour was that? I think it was probably around 4 or 5. At the very least, it was more than an hour ago. We got sleepy and probably dozed off after that. But I think it's probably like Jessica says, about 1 or 2 hours ago. I also remember something from around that time. I was asked if I wanted more coffee. Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Ava had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Nazi had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked and were all locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. And that wasn't just true for the first floor. The second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Kraus and Aunt Nazi had gone outside. And yet they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared. So had George. George had left saying he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assumed that he was having a conversation with Aunt Ava and the rest. But Aunt Ava, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfectly closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that that was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably reasonable to assume that they'd been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Ava had learned that her only son was missing, she'd gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George and Mom and Dad continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. Ooh, Raider. Lucky Mike, thank you for the raid. Hi, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play like fighting games and visual novels on this channel. Hope you had a good stream. We are in the midst of Umineko, When They Cry, which is a very long visual novel series. So if you don't want spoilers, be warned. We are full spoilers because we're deep in this. If you want to see it without spoilers, I do have it on my YouTube channel, so you can go check it out. But thank you for the raid. Oh, looks like you're playing some Smash Bros. Heck yeah. Thank you for the raid. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. You're welcome to stick around if you like. If you want to see some Umineko. We're mostly just chilling. If you don't...
Predictable!
If you don't want to hang around and need to go rest, that is also totally understandable. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and into the mansion, but I didn't have a clue about Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him without even telling Aunt Ava? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. We thought staying holed up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big, happy group of 12 people locked themselves up in here this morning. Hi, newbie. And yet, whoopsies. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety. How's Umi going so far? Super good. This episode is really interesting. The Beatrice redemption arc is on. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place? I had to play Smash before I do some surgery on Wednesday. Oh, well, good luck with that. How many episodes are there? There are 8 episodes. And each one's about 15 to 20 hours. We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house. I wonder how it was done. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door? A hidden door? The doors and windows were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside. Even using a fish line, it would probably be impossible the way they were constructed. So, maybe reasonable to assume that they left via something other than a door or a window? You're right. That does make logical sense. No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist. However, before leaping to that conclusion, I suspect a much simpler possibility. And what would that be? For some time, Battler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window. This window's pretty quiet. I see. Unlike the other windows, because of how the building is shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one. It appears that way. Gonna head to bed. Good night. Good night. Thank you for the raid. It appears this way. It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in, even though there is so much of it outside. Nanjo, when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound? Aw. No, I didn't notice it. I believe it is well oiled. In other words, it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway when no one is looking. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window, so the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtains or door to make a sound. It'd be quiet. Battler leaned forward and looked at the ground down below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. But at a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. There might also be a window like this on the first floor. It'd be possible to go outside without anyone noticing. However, not only the doors, but the windows too are all locked, and the shutters are even down as well, correct? It may be possible to get out through them, but you couldn't lock them afterwards. Sure, you can lock them. Just like this. Battler closed the window and locked it, as though that was pretty obvious. Yeah, Battler, you aren't saying... If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room is easy as pie. True, Ava could have just locked it. But that means... Oh. Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times, because the thing Battler said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening to even imagine. That's the only trick I'm thinking of. That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened. However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected. He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Ava could have done it. I did not do anything of the sort. I swear. In that case, it becomes a battle between Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. We just have to suspect both of you and confine the two of you separately. To say it another way around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick might be. But since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't effective at all. Now, no, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It wouldn't have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window. If this disappearance drama had taken place midday today, I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence. However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all. What's going on here? What in the world does it mean? This closed room. You don't think, What is it, Nanjo? Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he'd thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud. Well, don't you think this might actually be the work of the witch? Ridiculous. There's no way witches exist. The witch is trying to make her case to us, specifically because she's doing things that humans cannot do. She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch. To me, disappearance from the closed room of the entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch. Surely it cannot mean anything. Oh, I am frightened. As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase that fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining, one after the other. When we went down the stairs, Aunt Ava and Jessica were enraged, and were each persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Ava told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've been shut up inside for a long time already. I've started wanting to breathe some outside air. Yeah, if we're going, let's go quickly. There's no way I'm going to keep myself shut up in a place like this anymore. Now, let's go and find Mom, Dad, and George. The blood had risen all to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set her off her asthma. If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll be searching outside. What about you, Nanjo? Will you watch the place by yourself? No. No, allow me to join you. Rather than holding up alone in the guest house, whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Ava had a gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though it was a holding cell, from which the sacrifices could be killed one after the other. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in. I'm going. If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay? Still holding her gun, Aunt Ava dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. What in the world is happening in this mansion, on this island? I've just been shut in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I don't know anything about what's going on outside. Just what is happening that I don't know about, outside this room, in this mansion, on this island. Everything is happening, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. Oh boy. Wow, the name of it. Yeah, they do talk about those seagulls a lot. Call me a seagull because I'm crying all the time. Verb. Dad, Mom, who would do something like this? Jessica's woeful voice echoed through the rose garden. Verb. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on the island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seeing nothing, Jessica went to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi had days where they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. Whoa. His corpse was found in the rose garden. The cause of death is assumed to be strangulation with a rope-like object. A stake-shaped weapon was sticking out of his thigh. If only there wasn't that stupid epitaph, it wouldn't have needed the stake. What a pain. Her corpse was found in the rose garden arbor. The cause of her death is assumed to be strangling with a rope-like object. Yada yada. Why do you even have to follow the epitaph in the first place? Is this some kind of game? But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. What do you think, Nanjo? Strangulation, I believe. Come, take a look at this. On their necks, there are distinct markings that something thin was used to strangle them. Right. I doubt those things were the primary cause of their deaths. Right there lay two stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which have been found driven into Uncle Krause's thigh area, near Aunt Nazi's calf. When we found those sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies. Right now, bodies gouged in the head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg have been found. I'll kill that murderer. With this, the 8th twilight has been completed. Is this going to continue into the 9th twilight? The witch shall be revived, and none shall be left alive? Bring it on. If the witch revives, that means the culprit is going to make his grand appearance, right? No one's going to be left alive? Bullshit. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill the culprit who killed Dad and Mom with my own hands. Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger. We still haven't found George. Jessica, you children had better stay here. I'll go into the mansion. Ava, we mustn't split up. It's dangerous if we don't all stick together. There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife. But George may still be alive somewhere. I have no time to waste. As Aunt Ava screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Ava had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son, who had been yet to be seen. Jessica, you should stay by your father and mother's side. I'll make a short trip into the mansion. Battler and Nanjo, you two can stay here as well. After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Ava rushed out of the arbor. Oh, Ava's gonna confront Beatrice. I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Since Aunt Ava was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Krause and Aunt Nazi were already dead. So there was not much we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief, but what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's. I'll kill that person with my own hands. I'll definitely avenge them. Let's go, Battler. If we find the culprit, don't get in my way. I'm definitely going to kill them. I've got my own parents to avenge. Sorry, but this is first come, first serve. Yeah, that's right. Let's kill them. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Aunt Ava, through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed toward the mansion, whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. With this, the murders of the epitaph had reached the 8th twilight. And then, on the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life. But at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who was having trouble with the lock on the front door. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound, the sound of the door unlocking. Just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once. Oh boy. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It was just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants and Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the city of the dead, telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Ava didn't even flinch at something like that. And we, who had to chase after her, were forced to step into the mansion, even after receiving that message. George? George? If you can hear me, answer. George! Aunt Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started following Aunt Ava's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Ava spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. What is this? Dr. Nanjo, could you come here for a second? What is it? What is it? I'd heard about the eerie magic circles written on doors, like the one in the parlor from the adults. Eerie was the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint, reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. What is it? Wondering why Aunt Ava, who had supposedly seen it already, wouldn't think it odd just now, Jessica and I stared at the door. Certainly, I have no memory of numbers such as these being written here. Right, they weren't. Eerie magical characters were written here, but not numbers. From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now, there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. Whoa, 07151129. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. 07151129. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part. I'm sure it's just some magical meaning. No point in wasting time thinking about it. Thought that was in episode 4? What could it mean? Like, you would think it could be a date. 07/15/11/29. July 15th, 11/29. It could be a combination to like a safe or a lock. It could be 4 numbers, 7, 15, 11, and 29. What does it mean, streamer? I don't know. There was some magical meaning. No point in wasting time thinking about it. Jessica, in letters? Could be letters, actually. If it were letters... 7th letter, 15th letter, 11th letter, 29... No, there's only 26 letters, though. So I don't think that works. Unless it loops back around. Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the earring feeling and gave off. Unless you talk about Japanese characters, I don't know how they would be numbered, per se. Or each number individually. Well, then 0 wouldn't count. There wouldn't be a 0th letter. Zero 7 15 11 29 could be it could be like the birth date of the original Beatrice, because it said she's like 1,000 years old approximately. So that would have been, 900-ish years from when this game came out. 07 15 11 29. Well, let's see. It could be a magic square. Oh. The idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain sort of number play. I believe everyone has heard of the one where adding all the numbers in each row leads to the same sum. Wasn't that group of numbers buried in a rectangle? This is just a single row. I don't have a clue what it could mean. What Jessica said is probably correct. There's no point in wasting our time thinking about it. Magic square. 07 15 11 29. You could make a square out of that. No, you can't. You could make a 2x4. We shouldn't bother wasting our time with it. Pepe La. Yeah, imagine. Aunt Ava was definitely writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize the code made up of an 8-digit number. Is the dev's way of saying you don't have everything you need to solve this yet? That's probably true. And I'm just trying to think if we've seen... I'm just trying to think of anything we've seen that might fit this, and I don't think we've seen any safe, any, like, padlock with, like, a numerical combination. I don't think we've seen anything that has like a numerical code. It could be a date. I think that's the most likely. Well, it's probably a coincidence, but my birthday is July 15th. Pausers? Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th. I figured 1129 stood for November 29th. Maybe that'd fit perfectly. Battler's birthday and Beatrice's birthday? Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th? It could also be 1129. That's what I want to know. Still, it's probably just a coincidence. When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy. What if someone's birthday was November 29th? That's not the birth date of anyone else in my family, nor Dad, Kiri, or Anji. Do we have, like, logs of birthdays? No, okay. And of course it isn't my mom's. Nothing comes to mind. I don't believe it's Kinzo's or Genji's. It isn't from my family either. And it isn't Rosa or Maria's. Can't be anyone in my family. It's not Canon or Shannon. I always give the servant presents on their birthday. I know all of them, but I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th. Once we started imagining the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there might be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them had been a body of a victim. So if something new has been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? Aneva tried to open it. She felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. I'm guessing if 0715 is Battler's birthday, 1129 could be Beatrice's birthday. As soon as they opened the door, Aneva let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened in the room. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor. George. Hang in there. George! Nanjo, quickly. George lay crumpled alongside Shannon's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still open eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aneva, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. In exchange for his soul, the witch gave 8 Oh. His corpse was found in the mansion's parlor. The weapon used on him assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. In exchange for his soul, the witch gave 8 numbers. 07151129. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reported that George was dead. Brushing him aside, Aneva once again crouched beside George and started crying at the top of her lungs. With Anaki's death, one thing is certain. The murders hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight. None shall be left alive. It was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aneva's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped into the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Maybe all these murders numbed my heart. Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kiri are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. And there's been a hell of a lot of them by now. I don't know when the first murder happened, but they might have been killed at a rate of about 1 person per hour by now. I believe that boat will come for us around 9 tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? With 4 of us, if 1 goes each hour, we won't last any longer than 4 hours. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday, after lunch, we came into this parlor. Just as they started talking about serving some tea Aunt Rosa had brought, we kids decided to take a walk. Maria was jumping around, wasn't she? Didn't Shannon bring us some cookies? Kumasawa had baked them. It would have been hilarious if she baked some mackerel into it, wouldn't it? Ah, her old mackerel trick. That's right, I'll never hear Kumasawa Bachan's mackerel jokes again, will I? Oh right, if I only remember stuff about Kumasawa, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kiri even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. So why did the gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kiri, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? What about your daughter, Anji? She's still just 6 years old. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether even I'll be able to leave this island alive. I would eat mackerel cookies? I would eat mackerel cookies too. Stop. Why are you fighting at a time like this? Jessica, stop. It's been kind of noisy for a while. By the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Ava had suddenly started fighting each other. No, maybe I should just say that Jessica was grabbing at Ava. Ava killed Dad and the rest. There's no other explanation. How foolish. Why should I know anything about what happened to your parents? Who was on the first floor of the guest house? Aunt Ava. Dad and Mom were in the first floor lobby along with her. And who was left alive? Only Aunt Ava. Why? Obviously because you're the culprit. You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and then shamelessly locked the door, trying to make it seem like it was the witch's doing. Then why do you think George disappeared? He never came down to the first floor. So did he disappear from the second floor? And who was on the second floor? You people were. You knew, didn't you? You knew that George slipped out of the guest house, and you brazenly acted as if you didn't know anything. If you'd stopped George, he'd be... I said stop. Jessica was in the cousin's room the whole time, and Ava was on the first floor lobby the whole time. Neither of you is responsible for anything. What we have here is simply the sadness of losing family members. The culprit is no one, nowhere. It is all just the witch's fault. So stop hating each other, you two. The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house when all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is what they were after, making us think the culprit was inside and sparking this ugly, mutual hatred. Has to be the culprits, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? When Dad's group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen, but the doors and windows to the guest house were built so that you couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. So that master key should have nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Ava were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Nanjo was trying to step between them, and I sat on the sofa staring up at the ceiling, thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday, just for a short time before the typhoon hit. Whoa. The sudden sound of a gunshot shook me out of my half-asleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel of the gun Aunt Ava held. Jessica had fallen to the floor and was covering both her eyes. Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo were looking down at her in shock. Are you okay, Jessica? Jessica! Whoa. It wasn't my fault. This happened because you came at me even after I told you to stop. Whoa. What happened? Did Jessica grab at Aunt Ava, which turned into a scuffle? They started fighting over the gun. Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she'd been burned by the discharge, but either way, Jessica was covering both of her eyes, screaming, "It hurts," and rolling around on the floor. Don't worry, calm down. It's not a serious wound. Get a hold of yourself. My eyes hurt. I can't see. Dr. Nanjo let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary. You killed Mom and Dad. I'll kill you. It wasn't me. Jessica, you'll aggravate the wound. Don't move about. Come, let us go to the servant room. Jessica continued to curse Aunt Ava as her parents' murderer. It seemed that Aunt Ava couldn't conceal her tremblings at the fact that she had pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident. It wasn't my fault. It happened because that kid jumped at me. I didn't kill anyone. More importantly, who killed George? That's right, who killed George? George! It isn't my fault. It isn't my fault. Wait a sec, Aunt Ava. Don't go off on your own. I didn't know if it was because Aunt Ava couldn't bear her mistake, or if she'd given up control of her body to anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it was both of those all mixed together. At any rate, she ran into the corridor, yelling, fearful and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then I couldn't leave Aunt Ava alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? Dr. Nanjo took Jessica toward the servant room. I chased after Aunt Ava, dashing into the depths of the mansion. After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examine the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision. Is that okay? The wound may hurt or itch, but you mustn't scratch at it or rub it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. That bitch. She really was trying to kill me. If the angle had been just a little bit off, I'd have been killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police. Ava would do no such thing. That was an accident. You call that an accident? She killed Dad and Mom. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. She was the only one on the first floor of the guest house. George must have seen her kill Mom and Dad, and she'd killed him to keep them quiet. It's the same with Grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them. That's probably why she's breaking down right now. That makes sense. Yeah. And if that is indeed the case, then we'll find out about it as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible, and with their powers of discernment, there's nothing that cannot be understood. There's no need for us to suspect or hate anyone. The police will resolve everything. So for now, Jessica, you should devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe. Of course, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty. When Jessica's abuse of Ava had reached a crescendo, she actually started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that, and the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. And regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicion of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being. She killed them. Dad and Mom. And Shannon. And Cannon. Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I just really have to use the bathroom. I drank a lot of water. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. She'd heard that Cannon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Cannon's body away while she still couldn't see. And that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit, and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked. Those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her. She wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain. Well then, now I'm worried more about Ava. I hope she isn't too shaken by this. Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck his head into the hallway to look for a sign of the others coming back. Monka? Then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant. I hear that people who have lost the power of sight have zero anti-magic power and anti-resistance powers. In other words, you're an isolated pawn right now. Understand what that means? What? Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was. Nanjo, what's going on? Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation, but since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened. Stop, please! Please don't kill me! I have a sick grandchild. I mustn't die here. Please spare me. Nanjo! Nanjo! Jessica didn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone, and he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago. Stop it! On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. The witch pointed the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life. Is someone there? Answer me! Oh, whoa. Edge. Bang, a sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica, who could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she was able to realize that with the sound, Nanjo had died. And she couldn't tell the person was now in the corridor, right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that she was a mouse in a trap and in a life-or-death situation, Jessica shuddered. Oh, Jessica, too bad, your eyes got injured. Now you can't even escape. I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now. When I get bored of that, I'll kill you next and play with you a bunch more. No. Wait, if I got you here blind already, I won't wait until you're dead. I'll have a lot of fun with you before I kill you, too. So wait there shaking for a while, okay? As you try to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse. Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe. Help me! Help me! She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she should have known this room well, just being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles flew down, hitting her on the head. And she was now, it would be tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place. But she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. And it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then, a footstep could be heard from that presence in the hallway, and then, a voice. She'd probably poked her head out to the room, since Jessica had been so loud. You really are noisy. Act like a lady and wait there in the bed, because I'll give you a wonderful blood-red death outfit fitting for such an honored daughter. Something good enough to make the person who finds you faint, okay? So just a second ago, she had sworn that she'd kill the culprit if she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of the desks. Help me, help me! Someone, help me! Dad, Mom? Battler? Someone? Cannon? In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the corner of the hallway. Beatrice. It was Beto, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain, but now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Renove also appeared. It is unlikely that Jessica will survive. Of course, there were to be no survivors from the very beginning. She has grown feelings of love for Cannon. I have toyed with them at times. However, such behavior was shameful for a witch. Love is the single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. Though for some reason, you seem to despise it thoroughly, milady. Teacher told me, magic exists to bring people happiness. That's something I myself must have been aware of in the past. Ever since I forgot that, I stopped being a witch. And so, I lost the right to be Battler's opponent. I can hardly believe it, milady. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica? It will be dangerous, I know. Even if I do save her, she will become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door to the Golden Land opens. But even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what that person would do to her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. It does not toy with life and death. However, that person is different. She kills over and over. She kills for fun. There's not even a trace of compassion there. I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate. Certainly. By carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch. However, the new Beatrice already views you as a hostile, milady. If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct? When I reunited George and Shannon, I finally understood what a witch is, and what magic is. I am a witch. I must act as such. And I must be acknowledged as Battler's opponent, and make Battler accept me as a witch this time around. The road to that goal may be long and difficult. However, if I do not take the step forward here and now, I won't be able to call myself a witch. I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue her? Hi TJ, how's it going? There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of now, milady. Hasn't Battler kind of fucked himself here? I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, it might be that, like, in accepting her as his opponent again, he has accepted that she's a witch. Yeah, I think that's probably... There's probably a way around that. Just playing some Animal Crossing? Heck yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that's... So, like, I mean, he could probably spin it to be like, I now see that you know, have regained some sense of compassion. You're not a monster anymore, so I'll play against you. But not, like, in so many words as saying you're a witch. Do you not have to borrow George's power even back when you revived Shannon? Indeed. And for that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica. Right now, she is begging for Cannon to save her. If I can borrow the power of that emotion, my magic may be able to knock on the doors of the land of the dead once again. You may be able to knock. However, you would use up all of your magical energy. If you were to be spotted by the new Beatrice, you would truly be without a method of escape. I am no longer your butler. Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens. I know. By now, I have toyed with and taken more lives than I can count. So I may not be able to make up for it, except by saving the same number of lives, bringing them through that door. I have nothing to lose in the first place. I am just a gold butterfly who has passed its name and magic power on, and who is no longer acknowledged as a witch. What about Battler? You are partway through a game with him. He has said that he would wait until you returned. Are you truly satisfying to end it here? And you have a duty to return to the seat across from Battler, milady. For that very reason, if there's a life that only I can save, I will save it. And I will be accepted as a witch. I must become a witch. If this is training, it is a very childish thing. Nothing that compares with the evils I have committed before now. Vanish, Renove. Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch. Oh, that line goes hard. That line goes so hard. Certainly. Please, show me magic that will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch. And I pray that is not your final spell. Go, my friend. If you can find enough ink, write down the story of my foolish life, and hand it over to some fool who's about to walk down the same path. So long, Renove. Wait, this is so good. I love this character. She's so good. It is simply peak fiction. This is super well written. I mean, it takes infinite to get through, but it's like so good. Oh, that reminded me of the letter at the end of each episode. The letter at the end of each episode. Oh yeah, that's right. There's like a record of like what happened in the episode, right? Cannon, where are you? Help me, help me. Milady, I am always by your side. Cannon? It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Cannon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Canon, help me. Yes, milady, I will help you. Canon? You survived? This time, she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again. Milady, please calm your heart and listen. Unfortunately, I am not alive. I have already died. However, that witch came to me to tell me of your peril, and she gave me just a little bit of time so that I could save you, milady. Please, calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you. Jessica obeyed these words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. Oh my god, Canon! When she did, she felt as though Canon really was right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly. I don't know why I'm so stuffy. I think when I talk a lot, my nose gets stuffed up. I don't know why that happens. Can you see me, milady? Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see you, Canon. I exist only as a soul now. So I cannot touch you, milady. I cannot do anything except talk to you like this. With my current weak existence, I can do nothing more than that. But I should be able to be of some aid to you. So we can only talk? I can't touch you? I am now more fragile than smoke from a candle. So much so that if one of the living such as you were to touch me, I would be wiped away instantly. So please, don't try to touch me. Because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, milady. Okay. More importantly, please listen well. The new Golden Witch has a cruel heart. She surely plans to make you meet with a horrible fate. You must escape from this room and hide. How? I can't see anything. Quiet. I will be your eyes, milady. Please move in accordance with my instructions. Please crawl 3 steps from there, then stand up. You are now under the desk, milady. If you stand there, you'll hit your head. That was under the desk? Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna stand. Well done. Next, please face towards 9 o'clock. Well done. This is kind of embarrassing. Oh, does your wound hurt? No, I'm fine. What next? Jessica thought that this was a dream. If this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, if she did that, Canon might vanish like frail candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that. So she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch, who had given her this miraculous moment. Is this okay? If we keep talking like this, won't we be noticed by her? Won't our voices be heard? I have erected a secrecy barrier. As long as we don't make any loud sounds or speak noisily, no one will notice us. That's why people can't tell when I'm around. I don't really get it, but anyways, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right? What should I do next? Walk 10 steps in that direction. You will touch the sofa. Please continue along that. Do it slowly. Stay calm. Believe in my words. Sure. It's weird. Even though it's so scary not being able to see, I'm not scared at all when you're with me, Canon. Yes. That is the sofa. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There's a table there. Be careful not to bump into it with your shins. It was a very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in her heart. She was being protected and guided by Canon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It would probably be just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that she would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. And trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Canon's voice. Okay. If you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then, please turn to face 9 o'clock, and keep walking, very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right, and keep on following that. I will take you to a safe room. If I go there, will you leave, Canon? Canon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth. Then, no way. I don't want to go. If you stay here, you will be killed by the witch. I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Canon. Milady, please, listen to me. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead like me, so I cannot stay for long. So, milady, please allow me to use what time I am allowed to guide you to a safe place. Because after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out. Is that the very best you can manage, Canon? Yes. In exchange, I will stay by your side as long as possible. I will stay with you and talk with you, milady. Talk about what? What do you want to talk about? I don't care. As long as you're willing to tell me, Canon. Well then, I will tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage. The story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun. Even when the lady confessed those same feelings to him, he lost his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings while he still lived. Yeah. Then I want to tell you a story too. Story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage to tell the boy she loved how she felt. Much, much more often. The story of how that girl, after being reunited with that boy by a miracle from a god, used that chance to finally muster up her courage. I also want to hear that. So for that reason as well, let us go to a safe place. If I could be with you, Canon, I would walk however far, however long it took. I don't need eyes anymore. If you tell me to step forward, I will take that step, even if it leads off a cliff. Thank you. Come, milady. Let us go. The first 10 steps. No, I don't like it. I won't do it unless you call me Jessica. Understood. Well then. Jessica. Take the first 10 steps. Yeah, Canon. Aw, this is so cute. Very quietly, Jessica and Canon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen currently looking down at Nanjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. However, Renove, who stood there at the ready by her side, met Canon's eyes. Canon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Renove did not inform his master. Based-ass Renove. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Canon in the first place. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. From a finger on Renove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Canon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Canon was surprised at the magic the butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier that Canon possessed. He may not have known it, but the power of his had originally been Renove's. Wait. Whoa, hold on. He may not have known it, but the power of his had originally been Renove's. Canon's ability was an imitation of that, which Kinzo had made and given to him. As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them far away from the cruel witch. Whoa, so Canon is a, like, facsimile of Renove, made by Kinzo. That says a lot. Hold on, that says a lot. That says probably all of Kinzo's furniture. Fax is short for fax. Stop. Stop. I thought you were gonna say something like relevant. You learned that like yesterday? Oh, I thought you were ship posting. Yeah. There's your Berenstein Bears effect, by the way. Literally, like, facsimile coming up twice in, like, 2 days. Yeah, enjoy. But I think that means that, like... That means that, Beatrice has her furniture, right? She has some pretty powerful pieces of furniture. I think Kinzo was trying to replicate her furniture. So that might mean, like, if he's supposed to be Renove, these could all supposed to be something else too. Okay, milady, let's follow that wall and keep walking. Keep going, keep going. Yeah. If I can be with you, Canon, I'll keep going, on and on. Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the pair separated by the wall of life and death slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that evil witch could have magic to notice their flight. Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Renov had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though it would have been a quick trip if she'd been able to see, as she was now, it had been a very long adventure. Come, milady. We've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide there, you'll surely be safe. Inside the curtains? Not bad. I used to hide there a lot. Beatrice. Canon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but obviously couldn't spot the witch she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Canon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying. I don't know what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking now. Oh, it was nothing more than a whim. No, this is how witches should be. It took me 1,000 years to realize that. That's how foolish it is. Who is it? Who's there? Milady, be quiet. She's the witch, Beatrice. I owe her, because she let me be with you one more time. The witch Beatrice? Forget about me. More importantly, you should quickly hide that girl in the shadow of the curtains. You probably do not have much time left. You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica. A secret meeting inside a bunch of curtains? How clever you two are. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for letting me be with Canon. Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing the wrong direction. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered. I will now leave this room to the pair of lovers. Evil witches have no need for tales of love. Allow me to depart. Beatrice, thank you so much. There's no need to thank me. You know that something like this cannot compensate for all of the evil I have done. I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift. I know what happened before, I don't know what happened before, or what will happen later. However, at this very moment, you are without a doubt a good witch. You flatter me, Furniture. The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who doesn't betray your expectations. And with that, farewell. Beto, man. Beto left the parlor and closed the door, and mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that these two had escaped in here would eventually be noticed, and now that the 9th twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured all of her magical power to protect their time together. This is so cute, so that no one will be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beto noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. Monka? The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out. So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things after all. To think that she doesn't even intend to let these two young ones speak together of their love. Chatting. 72 layered, multi-layered defensive wall, attack-proof barrier, and anti-magic armor. Sniping into the parlor will be impossible. Data link to 410. 410 received. Then we've just gotta something the predecessor first, yeah? Yeah, we gotta fuck Bowser. I don't know why it's like censored. I guess we just gotta kill the predecessor first? Great Lady Beatrice. Your firing permission, please. Go ahead and shoot. Oh, and avoid her vital areas. There's something I want to ask her. Fire. The Chester sisters' gold bow released a gold snake. It crawled down the corridor starting from the front. Says nya. No, they say nihi. Aiming for the parlors, it drew a soft snake-like curved line trajectory. Whoa. And pierced Beato's chest. Uh-oh. Oh, banger? Gold butterflies gathered, and the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture. Predecessor, no further obstructions will be permitted. Ugh. I didn't think they would be. Still, the Chester sisters really have gotten rusty. To think that they failed to bring me down. And twice at that. Renov spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler, and she pushed the pain aside. Beto grinned and spoke back. Hold on, this song goes so hard. My apologies, predecessor. We were ordered to avoid vital areas. As soon as we get the order, we can pierce you at any time. We can pierce a hole in your ears, a hole in your belly button, any hole you like. The gold snake that pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told her so. For what reason would someone like you, who is no less brutal than I, make them avoid my vital areas? New Beatrice. I wanted to ask you something. I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but we thought we took you out, right? Why is it that even though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing again? It can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, right? Well, who knows? And just a second ago, why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why did you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. I am brutal. Therefore, I am fickle. What purpose could questioning that possibly serve? Chester sisters, sew her. When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curled into a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey and pierced Beto's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross-stitch through Beto's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented her. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for orders like a sewing needle, ready to sew Beto. If it's you we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a whim. I've heard about you, and I've learned. You're such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet. I thought I was truly a fitting successor to you, but you've always been in the way. You always say warm, pleasant things that shock me. What changed you? You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years. And I let you live because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. If you really want to know, then I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. My phone died? Oh no! So, oh again. Please. Beto's chest was once again sewn with the golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beto's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye. You might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse. So I'll kill you slowly. But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death, perfect for my predecessor, Sama. I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? And you still won't talk about the reason for your change of heart? Not answering when she is asked is another one of an evil witch's pleasures. So, Weiss. Of course, you don't have to answer. After all, that way, I get to torture you. The endless magic truly is wonderful. When you think about it, this world is limited in every way. The endless cannot exist in the human world. Because gods are without limits, the human world is deprived of all limitlessness, so that they can be looked down upon. So in other words, this endless power is the power of the gods. A wonderful power where, the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find. Use that power as you pleased for 1,000 years and went on a rampage. When you are having a change of heart only now? You aren't gonna say you regret handing it over to me, are you? What is she gonna say? How could I regret it? The endless magic you believe is no magic at all. True magic lies in a deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach. And this is what you realized? Then what is it? Wonder about it for 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch. So, 3 times. How long would a compilation video of all the deaths in this game be? Quite a while. There's a lot of death. Beto's chest had been embroidered with the gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beto more and more pain. Well, that's fine. I'm no longer curious about the kind of revelation an old hag who refuses to die might have had. I'm bored now. So, I'll just kill you. If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve. Then I'll torture Cannon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of times. Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun, right? Kill her. Was she gonna die? Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beto's heart. That intense pain was worse than all of the pain before that put together. Beto finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the 2 in the parlor to the cruel witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die. Oh, resolute stand? Not only that, but she's saying true magic is this power of belief and power of emotion. Is she just going to, like, you know, Uno reverse this magic? New Beatrice, I have a request. The lovers' meeting between the 2 in the parlor will not last long. In the amount of time an hourglass can measure, Cannon will probably vanish into the land of the dead. Would you please allow them at least that much time? No. Isn't tearing apart 2 who love each other fun? You said it yourself, so I want to try it. Ugh. In that case, I mustn't allow you that pleasure. Yes, it can be fun. Tearing apart lovers. Really? I'm sure it's fun. So, don't get in my way. So more. So. Hee 410, understood. The merciless gold sewing needle sewed the gold thread through Beto's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, that heart did not stop. God, she's so sick. God, she's so cool. This isn't nearly enough. I won't die by something like this. What are you doing? Make this old hag shut up. Kill her quickly. We are killing her. Even though we've sewn her heart in place several times, this person's heart won't stop. Are you immortal? Of course not. I've handed the endless over to you. My heart will not beat many more times. However, if by making it beat just once more I can give the 2 in that room a bit more time, I'll continue that resistance for all eternity. So, keep sewing until her heart stops moving. I'm wondering now if this is a ploy by Beto. If she still has the power of the endless, and she's only appearing to have given it to this new Ava, and it's just a means to get Battler to believe in her. Like, this is actually just a gambit that she's played in this world. If it is, that would be so sick. Why doesn't she die? It's impossible. Why isn't her heart stopping? Even though it's been sewn in place. Who cares? We'll make the heart explode from the inside, yeah. How pitiful. You could have died cleanly if you hadn't resisted us. As they said that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beto still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was. What in the world are you? You probably can't understand. Even I didn't understand. And yet, Somehow or another, it seems this is true magic. In other words, I have now become it. I have become a true witch. Fixing explosion center in heart interior. Fuse preparations ready. Explode! There was a terrible sound, and gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from it, the gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounded area gold. Then Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart tied by gold threads floated in the air and continued to beat. That's peak. Oh my god. Monster! Monster! When the Chester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. I'm gonna cry. This is so sick. This was an immeasurably vast magical power, impossible to measure. In other words, endless. I'm the endless witch, right? Why is this old hag still alive after all this? Chester sisters, smash that heart, quickly. It's impossible. My apologies. We can't do it. Indeed. It probably will be impossible. No number of people could crush that heart. And certainly not the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King. Dragon King? Dragon D's? In that case, an endless witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is that of a god. I'm afraid to say that your power cannot leave a single wound on the endless of Beatrice-sama. Just what do you mean by that? Just as there can be no light without knowledge of shadows, there can be no infinite without knowledge of the finite. Before Milady Beatrice's true endless power, your frail magic is quite lacking. What is that? The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. There's probably incredible CGs of this in the, like the PS3 version. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form was still standing there. I'll look them up afterwards. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Canon. Beatrice, thank you very much. I won't forget what you've done for us. I'll hear those words of yours once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I have caused. Was that long enough? Yes, truly, thank you very much. And Beatrice, you have also done enough. Please, be at peace. Is that so? Is this enough? Huh. What's going on? Why are you guys calling that old hag Beatrice? Beatrice is my name, right? It's gotta be, since I'm the new Golden Witch and Endless Witch, right? How rude. How dare you claim Beatrice's name? I'm afraid to say that the name of Beatrice belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch. Right now, you are the predecessor. What? She reclaimed the title? The two-time? The two-time champ? She reclaimed the title? Farewell, Canon. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. In a new nightmare. In the nightmare of a new night, I will once again be your companion, Beatrice-sama. With that, if you would excuse me. Canon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Two-time champ, that's Hall of Fame eligibility right there? Absolutely. Then there was a splat. The golden heart that had been floating in midair lost its sparkle, became bloodstained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes. But until a moment ago, it had sparkled so much and continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen. What do you mean endless? Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right there? How can there be finite infinity? That's a contradiction. It couldn't exist. This is the limit of your magic. The endless is better than the finite. Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears. You're a real endless witch. If you're a real endless witch, try standing up. How's it going? You can't stand, can you? Why do you think you can't stand? It's because you aren't the endless witch. The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch, because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. Oh, that's so cold. That's so cold. Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels, that was the sound of Battler's footsteps. Battler, is it? Huh. After talking so tough, I ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about, in my own way. Yeah, I was watching. Hey, have I been able to become a witch? Have I earned the right to become your opponent? It's useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself, as though she should have expected it. Ha! Oh, that's adorable. I see. Yes, the road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this. However, I will not surrender. Just like you never surrendered to my torture. I will definitely become a true witch and be accepted as your opponent. Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. You aren't my opponent. Oh, he's not taking her as his opponent. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below was Beatrice's frail heart. Die, you old hag. Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp. I'm the witch. I am the golden witch, Beatrice. Die. Okay, Battler's here. The goat returns. What? Wait, she's in the tea party? Where is this? Get in your seat. Beto isn't my opponent. You are. Battler? What kind of magic is this? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Chester sisters. Understood. Attacking everywhere. Understood. Die, Battler. The Chester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. It was deflected. There's no barrier. It was deflected by resistance alone. 45. Target analysis. Understood. What? Did I break down? Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power. Endless 9. Endless 9. Even mythical class magic attacks won't be effective against the target. Oh, Battler is the GOAT. Golden bow warheads could penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with 9s. How foolish. When Battler gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't enough to even make his hair tremble. The Chester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder. Wait, Battler's like giga strong. What are you doing? Is this some kind of game? Monster. Stay back, small fries. Get in your seat, fake-ass witch. I'll tear off that mask of yours. Dead. The Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Okay, I think this is even more evidence that this is Battler's tea party. This is not Beatrice's tea party. This is Battler's tea party. He's the one with all the power. I'm really digging in that Battler is the one with all the power. Beatrice watched this scene in shock. Battler? What is this supposed to be? Just like you see, you aren't my opponent. She is. That imposter over there who's using your name. Huh? I'm fighting against a witch. I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them. I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch. What are you calling magic? What are you calling witches? You're no witch. I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds. Regalia, get ready to fight. Yeah, just call Virgil assist, Battler. Very mature. Very, very not scrubby, Battler. Just call Virgil assist. Understood. Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready. Beatrice, stay back and rest. Indeed. Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines? Today I will do Rapid Slash. Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it off. I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch. I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch. You protected the honor of true witches. You don't need to say anything. On your behalf, I'll teach her the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap. Battler. Those are the general rules. Thank you, Renov. I get most of the rules now. I see. You can't win with magic, so you come face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic. Foolish people. Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic? You wouldn't survive in the asylum that raised me, says Beatrice Eva. Yeah, I do. I'll crush all of your twisted logic on Eva. I'm not Eva. That is the name of an old shell I shed. I am true witch, born inside of her. Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like it, but a flesh and blood human. The human culprit. Ushiromiya Eva. Regalia, reconstruct the second Twilight. Okay, so Battler's claiming that just Ava did all of this, which is totally possible, by the way. Ava could have done all of these murders, right? Understood. On the second Twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden. We begin by applying the Ava culprit theory for that case. Ooh, what's this track? This goes hard. Ridiculous. Come, arise, try to remember. What form did Ushiromiya Hideyoshi have? What? What's that supposed to be? It's a summoning of the dead. A witch can easily bring even the dead up to stand for testimony. On the opposing side, a transparent Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here. Most likely a person on the other side of the TV. Witness summons. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi's testimony. Come, Hideyoshi, speak. I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time. Oh no, I'm not letting the voice come out. It always sneaks its way in there, doesn't it? It always sneaks its way in there. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room. Aunt Ava, around here, testimony that isn't read isn't worth crap. I demand that he repeats it again in red. Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, say it in red. I was in the room the whole time. Okay, that's true. Both before and after the time of the crime. See, look. Makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, right? Okay. Ava Beatrice, you are so scrubby, it's not even funny. You think Battler is going to clean house with the tactic that you were trying? Yeah, like this, she is so scrubby, it's not even funny. You are a Tristan player, turn 1 backup charging. You are a Sylvie player that is not on 4 ethereal slimes. How will you counter this? Ridiculous. That move's so lame I could yawn. Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once. Yeah, this is peak TJ. Like, definitely, if you have the time, I recommend watching a playthrough or getting it yourself and playing through it. I have been loving this story. Battler, repeat it. Aunt Ava was also in the room for the entire time before and after the crime. Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi. You made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck out. If that isn't true, the guy should be able to say so in red. Yeah, so we called that one a year ago. I refuse to repeat it. Oh my, you are so ass. It is not, like, you are... God, you are so ass. Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient. There is no need for me to repeat that, right? You are so ass. Do you not even know the win condition of this game? She has refused. You need show no mercy. This is check. Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow. Check. Maybe Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time, but saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie. Therefore, no alibi exists for you. You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria. If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside of her room. You can't, right? Checkmate. What the hell? This is like when your ass gets turn 3'd in Grand Archive, or like turn 2'd in Yu-Gi-Oh! And you're like, wait, I thought we were playing normal summon pass. Sorry, Ava. Even if you aren't using the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played. Even if you aren't used to the rules. Right, Beto? Indeed. The witch side resigns. Oh my god, it was so free. Yeah, what is Ash Floss like? Oh my god, me playing Stratos in fucking 2024. I mean, I know he's good, but like, yeah, me just dropping Stratos and being like, oh wait, Ash Blossom? The first time you get Ember Song erupting Fireball. Yeah. How is she so ass, dude? Dude, like, I was gonna put her at a decent tier, but she is a scrub. Let us continue on to the next game. Yeah, he's like, let's go next. Hold on, let's go next. Let's go next. He's like, we just lost. Let's go next. Next is the 4th through 6th Twilights. Seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure and irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims, I won't go easy on her. It's not over yet? Okay. Pausers. Regalia, next crime. Let's reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest. Understood. Also, if you look at all the victims, they have wounds that look like gunshots. Understood. 3 people, Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, went to the mansion and were killed there. My move won't change. Aunt Ava, you are the culprit. This time, you don't even have an alibi from Hideyoshi. You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself, but that's not true. If you can proclaim it in red, just try it. I refuse, so tell me. Ava is just a woman, and the people who died were 3 adults with 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? How did she do it with those stakes as weapons? Like everyone keeps asking, how is this stake shooting device constructed? You are so ass. I can't even, bro. You are omega ass. It doesn't matter how the gun was built, Ava. We don't need to prove shit. Sound effects all sound like guns? Yeah. It always sounded like a gunshot. Explain that, unless you can explain it, even if Ava doesn't have an alibi. That doesn't mean that it was possible for her to commit the murders. I refuse to explain, because my ass doesn't have to. It's a devil's proof. Just because I can't explain it doesn't deny the existence of an unknown murder technique, or maybe an unknown weapon. In short, even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist. What are you going to try? Hempel's Raven next? What the hell? Does that ridiculousness even count? Yeah, me playing against Kuon. Agreed. It's a valid devil's proof. Battler can claim that the stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is constructed. The witch side cannot object to this move. Not bad. How pushy. Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well. Oh my god, they need to just kiss already. This is check, okay? Try saying in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step out of that room. That's right. You shouldn't be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate. That's so irrational. This is messed up. These are the rules of the game. How about some black tea first? And some delicious cookies as well. I don't need all that. That pisses me off. So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic. Huh? Don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something. I'll make mine straight. What about you, Beto? I'm fine. More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down. Your opponent is only unfamiliar with the rules. This will only really start once your opponent gets the gist of it. But I'll crush her. And now I crush you. Because she isn't a witch. If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for nothing. I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use. I'll crush her with my heart and soul. Battler's side then stuck with the Ava culprit theory to explain Krauts and Natsuhi, the 7th and 8th Twilights, in the exact same way. This time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Ava and the victims, and before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. Back then, Ava had claimed that they disappeared while she went to the bathroom, but there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up, having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. Owned. Owned. I see. I'm finally starting to get the knack of it. I won't let you have things your own way anymore. This time, let me take the initiative. Renov, reconstruct the 4th through 6th Twilights. Pick out Ushiromiya Kiri. For now, let me return the murders of Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilights. What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a situation where she's lost? I see. This is an unusual attack, and one you do not use. Be careful. Pausers? At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day. However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food. Yeah. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food. Is this track new? It might be. It's a pain, so oh, yeah, I think it is, because I don't remember that drop. Another Tekken song. It's a pain, so I'll add in some red and say it. Kiri did not think that they needed food. Kiri didn't think that they needed food. Since going without food for about a day wouldn't kill them, she claimed that they should not leave the guest house. And yet she herself suggested that they leave the guest house to get food. Isn't that a contradiction? Whoa, hold on. Wait, this might be powerful. We're trying to use contradiction. Is she using proof by contradiction? Yes, a spectacular contradiction. A contradiction exists in Kiri's pattern of behavior. The contradiction was created by me with magic. In other words, I controlled Kiri using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside. Ah, and she's gonna devil's proof when he says how. There's no way that kind of magic exists. It's a devil's proof. Banger. Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence. And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you. And yet, you have even less room to counter this argument. I wonder if it's okay to fight this way. Yeah, it's truly a spectacular move. Battler, your response, if you please. Ooh, how do you beat this? Kiri did something contradictory. Therefore, I controlled her with my magic. you'd have to argue something like... That's what I was going to say, Suzu. I was going to say, you say that, like, Rudolph was the one who actually suggested it. She was just the one that spoke up about it. So, just what is this? She's placed a piece attacking Ushiromiya Kiri's pattern of behavior. Well, it was said in red, DJ. So, it was said in red that both she said we shouldn't go get food and then she was the one who suggested to get food. Those are both true. But you can say that her opinion was changed, probably by Rudolph. And has already been explained, Kiri's pattern of behavior in her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food. And yet, she herself took the initiative, taking the contradictory action of going out to get food. Unless you can explain the contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause. Hello, Mimi Alter. Welcome, welcome. Well, that's probably what Kiri thought in the beginning, but she probably thought through a few things midway, then changed her mind and decided the food was necessary. As in someone was disguised as Kiri? Because if someone pretended to be Kiri, it would still count as Kiri said this. Ah, that's a good one. I think, though, that is thwarted by them saying there's no more than 18 people on the island. But yes, you could say that somebody disguised themselves as Kiri. Ava disguised herself as Kiri, or like pretended to speak as Kiri. It'd be bad if when things got tough, we were so hungry that we had no energy, and well, she's claiming that this change of heart was due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for her change of heart. What are you saying? You're talking about the inside of her head, right? Can I also summon her ghost and question her? Beto, can you call Kiri here or something? She cannot. This is a move permitted only to the witch side. Well, that's bullshit. It does not conflict with no more than 18 if one of the 18 was disguised. Right, yeah, if it was Ava who disguised herself, that would be the one that you would argue. Sorry. Ah, fuck. Ugh, fuck. She was probably thinking of us kids and on the whole thought the food was necessary. Yeah, this is a lot of probablys, Battler. You'll need a concrete proof that Kiri changed her mind and decided the food really was necessary for some specific reason. For example, if someone heard her say that, or if it was written down somewhere. Too bad, the reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down. Well, that's an aggressive move. The reason she changed her mind, well, that's really aggressive, actually. If the reason she changed her mind was not documented, you can't claim it's magic either. Yeah, that's way overextending. Yeah, that's way overextending, right? Therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kiri's mind. So it's impossible to explain. You don't have any single counter to my move. Isn't it your turn to resign now, Battler? Is it possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart? Opponent about to level 2 Lorraine and Flame Sweep. It's over? Yeah, Pog. I got a Trapper out. I got a Korhazi Trapper out. Don't even try. And if it is impossible to crush all of those endless possibilities, a detestably spectacular move. If Battler were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move. What move is that? Well, I wonder what kind of move it could be. I have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I can't remember. Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? Quit being stingy and tell me. Beatrice. No answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves. Think. Based. Absolutely based statement. Think. Think in your own way. Why don't you resign? And I'll corner you even more with Red. She is so scrubby, dude. I can't with this girl. Until the last instant before she died, Kiri's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained. You literally presented it in Hempel's Raven form. You scrubby girl. Until the last instant before she died, Kiri's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained. And yet, she took the initiative and headed toward the mansion. She was pushing a cart, ready to carry food. Why that contradiction? Oh! Wait, this is actually really easy. You could just say she went to the mansion for a reason that wasn't to get food. Yeah, like, this is so scrubby, Evan. You can actually argue here that her reason to go to the mansion was not to get food, but she had another reason. Because I controlled her with magic. That's proof that my magic exists and that I am a witch. Shut the hell up. Are you saying that she never even changed her mind? That the whole time until she died, she thought, we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion? Then why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to food and go to the mansion? Are you saying that Kiryu is being controlled with magic? That's stupid. How should I break through this magic? If only Kiryu were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart. No, I've already been told and read that she never even changed her mind. What should I do? There's no move that the human side can counter with. The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, right? Even if I lose in a lot of areas, I can win in just one. That alone can display the existence of a witch. In other words, Battler has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory. How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me Ava, it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kiri's head, right? Just do it. Resign. If only you just accept it. If only you just lose. No, dude, Battler, you gotta see this. It's impossible for a human to prove. I can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted. Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on conjecture alone. To break through it, I need objective proof as to why Kiri had a change of heart. But damn it. It's been said and read that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food. What should I do, damn it? Battler, is this your resignation? Not going to get food equals not going to the mansion. Going to the... Then therefore, going to mansion equals going to get food. But then how should I understand Kiri's thoughts, which actually do contradict each other? You can't understand. It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret. That darkness is all the witch. Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, okay? You just can't deny witches. After all, I exist right here. I am the Golden Witch. I stole the name from the former witch over there. You can't deny that I am Beatrice. Damn it. You have no right to use that name. And yet, I can't think of a move to deny it. Battler could no longer counter this witch, who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack. Battler, your time limit is over. Will you resign? We got time limits now? Whack. The human side has no move in response. It will reset. Wait. There is a counter. What did you say? Huh? What kind of move could possibly exist, predecessor? Won't you tell me what kind of move to deny this magic? You can't. It's impossible. If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to the mansion cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it with the contrapositive. Oh yeah, baby. Burge, arrive, Hempel's Raven. In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion is she had a goal other than food. That's what I'm saying. This is less my specialty, Hempel's Raven, than it is Battler's specialty, chessboard thinking. If it was impossible for Kiri to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal, then we can only explain it by saying she had another reason that got her to go outside despite that. Yeah, baby, we got that. In other words, if we can't prove that she had such a goal, we can defend this magic. We can defeat this magic. I see. So she didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, but she had a different goal. And she said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. True enough. It might be possible to find an explanation that way, but how? Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kiri's death. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side. Yes, that is no problem. I shall reconstruct the scene where Ushimiya Kiri died. Unless there's no problem, I shall we cannot call Kiri's ghost here, but by finding out what Kiri left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon. Huh, fine. Search as much as you want. There's no way you'll learn anything. I just said it in red a short while ago. Kiri did not leave anything written down. No matter what you find, how could you possibly figure anything out? We may find nothing. But Battler is grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all that I can do. Beatrice landed on her feet in a reconstructed hall, approached Kiri's corpse, and wandered around, observing. I am completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. We need to find evidence, right? Then what should I search for? The great lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around. And she's even indecently searching a corpse. That look suits you. Say whatever you wish. Beatrice's embarrassed face is really cute. I cannot do any more than this. I care not how I am despised. However, I cannot throw Battler away, as he is fighting for my honor. Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh, I must answer to that responsibility. Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kiri's corpse. She fished through the pockets and taken what's inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100-yen coin. There was no special suspicious object. Although Beto was down on all fours and being sneered at, this was all she could find. She wanted to go smoke as an obvious one. Smoge. Mimi Alter, thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome to the challengers. What is wrong with that seedy look? What is with that seedy looking trash? How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff? Worthless. Worthless. Are you a moron? How can you be so lame? And right after you cut in between us, talking so tough. Ah, how pathetic. How embarrassing. If only you'd just give up and die. The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beto. Beto hung her head, trying to withstand this shame. Milady, are you finished with your inspection? Indeed. I will not find any more than this. Can you make any counter from this evidence? If not, then the human side must resign. Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back. I am a witch. You cannot break through my magic. You're no longer anything but a former witch. A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Come on. Pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like, and try to break my magic. You can't, right? You can't, can you? And why's that? Because I'm a witch. It's because you're just a loser without a name. You could probably argue that Kiri wanted to go out to see where Rosa and Maria died, to see if there was any evidence of something out there too. Something should be here. I won't lose heart. I will not lose heart. No matter how much I am sneered at, Battler is fighting for my honor. So for the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart. As Beto held back tears in the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kiri was holding something else. To find if something that could save Battler from his plight, searching earnestly. However, nothing more came up. Damn it. Please, Ushiromiya Kiri, you must save your son from his plight. Please, after death, lend me power for his sake. However, Kiri's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beto, who had lost the endless magic. It's pointless. Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand. You'll be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. Why is wanting to smoke a cigarette not valid? True. If that's frustrating, why don't you cry? If only you just apologize saying, I'm sorry. I'm so useless. Sorry, Battler. I couldn't help you at all. No, that's enough. Thanks, Beto. I won't waste your efforts. I don't need consoling. Just how could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish? Just how could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scraped together while she sneered at me? I love Beto, man. I feel so bad for her. She's been broken this episode. In front of Beto, who was still crawling on all floors and hitting the pile of objects that Kiri had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it up over his head. Let's go! What are you trying to say with that trash? Kiri doesn't smoke. Whoa. But Kiri also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes. But at a glance, it naturally looked as though Kiri had a smoking habit. Dad smoked, but Kiri didn't. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes. So, if the husband smoked, then even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette. Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband, who had a bad smoking manners. What are you trying to say? Why does this have to do with my magic? Nothing at all. I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad smokes. There was a scene super early in this chapter where Rudolph and Hideyoshi were smoking, right? That's true, there was, yeah. Hideyoshi, I think Hideyoshi said something like he occasionally smokes. Sorry, Beto. Could you look in the pockets of Dad's corpse too? Indeed. You mean this? Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kiri is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes. What could this mean? So what? Maybe Kiri is just a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't, though. Sorry, Beto, but one more. Hideyoshi's pockets. In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes. It's here. It's this it? Beto found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up. Checking the brand. We acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes. So? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kiri's pocket? That's right. This cigarette butt is a message from Kiri. No, the cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kiri left the guest house. Beto, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I would have given up here. Oh, shit. I wonder... Oh, shit. Wait. Did Kiri find the cigarette butt at a different murder scene? Like the Rosa and Maria murder scene. Did she find the cigarette butt there and hold on to it? It could be there if Ava brought it with her. It could be there if Ava brought it with her, though. Virgilia, reconstruct the situation. The guest house, after it came to light that Aunt Rosa and Maria had been killed in the second twilight. Understood. Reconstructing now. After Rosa and Maria's death, the remaining survivors rechecked all of the doors and windows in the mansion. They constructed a barricade. Hi, Scarlet Ghost. I seriously love your model. Oh, thank you. It's just my gremlin form, but yeah, thank you, thank you. They constructed a barricade. They reconfirmed that their defenses were solid. There's nothing suspicious about that at all. What are you trying to say? What are you bringing up the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth? Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. I'm finally starting to see why Kiri went out of the way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket. It was because that cigarette butt meant something. That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kiri for us. Then let's hear it. How do you plan to deny me? With that single cigarette butt. As we've heard, after the second twilight, an inspection was done of all the rooms in the guest house. At that time, Kiri found something that shouldn't exist, in a place where it shouldn't be. Something that shouldn't exist? What do you mean by that? It's this, the cigarette butt. That was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in. What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Kiri wanted to check the butt with Rudolph in private. That's probably right. Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head? Aunt Ava hated smoking. There's no way there'd be a cigarette butt in there when Aunt Ava was sick and sleeping. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kiri noticed immediately. Uncle Hideyoshi was lying. She realized that Aunt Ava hadn't really been sleeping, and that she'd snuck out of the room. Oh, baby! Repeat it. The cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were resting. I refuse. I finally got it. Thank you, Beto. Was I of some use? Oh my god, I just want to hug her. Yeah, you were. Tear it. We'll tear the mask off this fake witch. Honestly, this Beto reminds me a lot more of the Beatrice that was at the second castle, like the young, naive Beatrice. She's a lot more like her than the evil golden witch. And I like that. From the cigarette butt, Kiri realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Ava's sake. Hideyoshi has been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi. And he was probably smoking because he was nervous as fuck about it. And during that time, he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Yes! Yes! Then Kiri had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Ava was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice. Next, Kiri proposed that they go and get food. She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing. Kiri planned to isolate Hideyoshi and question him about the truth. Her Hempel's Raven is valid. Your Hempel's Raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kiri has been denied. What? I'll deny it anyway. I'll deny it. It wasn't me. No. It wasn't Ishinomiya Eva. Eva was sleeping in her room. Then try saying it. You can't. You can't say it this time either. Repeat it. At that time, Ushinomiya Eva did not take a step outside her room. What is that? I'm the one who is attacking, right? Why am I being attacked now? Why did my offense and defense get reversed? Me when I wake up uppercut and it leads to my Okizeme situation? I'm the one questioning you, right? The witch, me. So why? Again, repeat it. Ushinomiya Eva did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. It's checkmate. Does the witch side have a move in response? There cannot be one. There's no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods. You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the Golden Witch. You're a human. Ushinomiya Eva. So Eva did do it this episode. The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with tremendous heat and denied her own magic and existence. She let out a howl like a dragon. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. Was this just a game set up by Beto the whole time, too? That's what I wonder. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure, blah, blah, blah. However, the yell was sucked into the flicker, making a return to the original form of the cruel witch. Sure. If you want to call me Ushinomiya Eva, then go ahead and do that. That's right. I actually can't repulse all moves related to Eva being the culprit. I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch. And you might call me Ushinomiya Eva now. But you know what? That by itself doesn't mean the witches and magic have been denied. I'll teach you starting now. I'll teach you that I am not Ushinomiya Eva, nor a human, but a real witch. Take a look at this red truth. When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Battler and Ava dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was. So what's your point? What are you trying to say? You couldn't be. Oh no. Beto went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beto go pale. This time, I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No, I'll make this move against all humans who support you. Listen carefully to my move. Stop it, that move is... Uh-oh, banned move? Stay back, I'll take it. Come on, you fake witch. Fear played Ascension into Sword of Avarice. After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Ava. Yeah, it looks like she might be causing a stalemate, huh? I'll seal you, and humans as well, in a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from. Farewell, lowly humans. Sleep for all eternity in an absolute closed room of magic with no exits. Come on, listen carefully. Listen to the red truth. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Throw away your foolish thoughts on mysterious people hiding and committing crimes. But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits. I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murders wouldn't count as a human. So I'll change it like this. No life forms other than the humans have any connection to this game. That's how it is. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island. Kinzo is dead. Kraus is dead. This is super aggro. Natsuhi is dead. Doesn't that deny witches? Yeah, I think it does. I think she ends up, like, destroying herself here. Hideyoshi is dead. George is dead. Rudolph is dead. I think that's why Beto was trying to stop her. Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, Maria are dead. Genji's dead. Shannon's dead. Cannon's dead. Koda's dead. Kumasawa's dead. Nanjo's dead. Those 15 are all dead. And Battler's alive. Ava's alive. Jessica's alive. That's everyone. All 18 of them. Okay, what's the problem? Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died, only 3 people, Battler, Ava, and Jessica, were alive, right? Yeah. Ava was with you the whole time, so committing a crime was impossible for her. Of course, Battler isn't the culprit. He was forging an alibi for her, and he took all possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully. You are using way too much red, girl. No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious. In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. Okay, Jessica killed him. Your next move will be that Jessica, yeah, of course. Too bad, I'll slice it up in red before you try. Ushimiya Jessica has not committed murder. Okay. She was blind, though. Like, she was blind, though, so, like, she could have totally accidentally him out the window or something. Like, that doesn't have... She could have committed manslaughter. Hey, Mango, how you doing? This is hella peak. She was not involved with Nanjo's murder. I want you to say Nanjo was murdered in red. Her eyes were completely covered. It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that. And here's a bonus. Neither Ava nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved. This is easy. Yeah, this is super easy to get out of, right? This is either you say, you need to make her say Nanjo was murdered. Like, this says she was not involved with Nanjo's murder. But that doesn't necessarily mean Nanjo was murdered. Wait a second, that doesn't make sense. There were only 3 humans, then a murder occurs, and none of the 3 were involved? That's insane. Make her say Nanjo was murdered, bro. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler, nor Ava, nor Jessica. He could have killed himself. In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors. Get it? No, that's right. What about multiple personalities? Just like how you were originally another personality of Aunt Ava's? Let's say Jessica had another witch-like personality, which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Nanjo. Nah, that's weak. Moron, I've already said it in red. Jessica's eyes were completely covered, and murder was impossible for her. Yeah, like, come on, bruh. Sludge. Killed himself probably by... Yeah, like, he could have... Like, I need to hear that he was murdered. I wonder if you'll be satisfied and say it that way. No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence in the murder of Nanjo. This also applies to Battler and Ava. In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret it, neither Jessica nor Battler nor Ava is the culprit who killed Nanjo. I mean, Nanjo could have had a heart attack, too. With all the shit going on, Nanjo could have just had a heart attack. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right? Then all that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right? And the trap theory. The culprit was already dead, but the trap they had already prepared went off. Nanjo's death was a homicide. Okay, see, that changes things. Of course, it was with a direct method of murder, not a trap. A weapon was readied, and he was killed with it from point-blank range in front of him. Weapon was readied, and he was killed with it by point-blank range in front of him. The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes, and as they both looked at each other's faces, the culprit killed him. She didn't say it was... She said it was a homicide. But wait, there are only 3 survivors. You said in red that everyone else is dead. You basically confirmed the life or death status of all 18 people. Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person has already been denied. In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors. And yet a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo? How could a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists? Insane. You're lying. You're lying with the red. The red only tells the truth. Isn't doubting that the same is betraying the honor of the witch who's behind you, shriveled up in fear of me and hiding behind your back? Damn it. Right now, I'll state it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me, a witch. The Golden Witch, who can't be explained away with the 18 humans. Not saying that in red, though. Virgilia Renov, isn't there a contradiction in this situation? Is she really telling the truth with red? Yes. The red truth is valid. What an elaborate and precise cornering. How should I make a move against her? Virgilia, are there any moves? I cannot think of anything. She also said there's no life form other than humans involved. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think. The only thing I can think that does this is he like looked in a mirror. He looked in a mirror and like shot himself. That's the only thing I can think that would like, but that would be considered a suicide, right? Renov? My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I have never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout. He's just admiring the chess. I hate to admit it, it's beautiful. What a beautiful checkmate made in red. The witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. This is actually kind of ass, because it's like, can't you just do this every time as the witch if you're like, can't you just like spend all your mana and like play like 10 red cards? There's got to be an answer. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. Admit watching your homie get cooked, but it's kind of flawless. So you got, yeah, like a single tear goes down your face. He said none of the survivors had anything to do with Nanjo's murder, right? That's correct. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all of the 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aneva existed. And even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. And she's saying that person is a witch? The culprit who killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, right? Everything other than humans has been completely removed from consideration. When you see your homie's color in the squish clip, that's so good. She said no living organism had anything to do with this. Even things like robots don't work. Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board. Okay, well then is a witch... Yeah, like, what? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, by that logic, witches are human. If you're trying to say a witch did it, therefore I can also say this. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human. So it wasn't a witch. A human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed with it. Right before his eyes. I feel like he shot himself in the mirror or something. However, the human may have been able to use magic. In other words, it was a witch. In other words, it was me, the golden witch Beatrice. Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender. Unless, okay, hear me out. I think I know a way out of this. I know a way out of this. And it's dumb, but it works, I think. Ava and Jessica fought over the gun previously, and it's what blinded Jessica. And that happened in front of Nanjo. Okay? So that was, in red, the culprit raised the gun and fired it in front of his face. So what happened when that gunshot happened is either something ricocheted or shrapnelled and hit Nanjo, or it's very possible that it, like, hit something like a chandelier or something, and then later on that chandelier, like, fell and killed Nanjo. Something resulting from that gunshot killed Nanjo. And therefore, yes, he was killed. Yes, it was... Well, no, because they said none of those... No action of those three had to do with his death. This feels so contradictory. Let's see how they get out of it. I don't know if I can think too much more about this. It's also late. I want to get to the end of this. That's right. You're already starting to understand. The Golden Witch does exist, and that Golden Witch, Beatrice, is me. Come, praise me. Now praise the resurrection of a true witch. Praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch, Beatrice. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. I think you could say Nanjo got shot in that scuffle, though. I think that is actually very possible. Damn it, I don't understand. And he hid it. And oh, yeah, and he hid the fact that he was shot because he didn't want to make it worse because they were already fighting. And when he went to go apply first aid, and he ran off with Jessica to go apply first aid to her, and Jessica had no eyes. So she couldn't see that he was shot. And he used his last bit of stamina to help her out, to help her eyes, and then died. That's exactly what it is. I think that's exactly what it is. I don't understand. After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red, I don't have any clue anymore. I think that's the answer. Battler, don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right? Will you surrender here? Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again? I don't want to break that promise. However, I can't think of any move to deny her. In the first place, this isn't even a puzzle. Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all the suspects are innocent. I was told that they were innocent in red, right? No, you weren't. And also, if it was a real homicide, that the culprit was human, and that it did appear before Nanjo's eyes and kill him. I give up. There's nothing I can do. Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart. If you stop thinking, automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you, don't lose heart. I'm also cheering you on, so don't lose. I can't think of anything anymore. I find myself thinking she's got to be a witch who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless. It's useless. My head hurts and my brain is tired. I'm starting to think my thinking is pointless, so I should just stop. Battler, listen. In a game of chess, both sides do all they can to make the other lose. So a single game takes a long period of time. Yeah, for real, it's a long, long day. However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. This is called a fool's mate. A fool's mate, simply put, is a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest method of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Yeah, the bong cloud opener. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, the game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily, and at any time. When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch. And even an apple falling from a tree can immediately be resolved as a work of magic. It's the same for the witch's side. Witches use the red truth. By using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans, and immediately lose. You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me to not stop thinking, right? However, how should I counterattack the person's perfect bright red move? For me, for humans, I know it's no longer possible. Is it impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Please, don't lose heart. Sorry, I've reached my limit. Battler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Beto watched with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch. I will make a move as a counter to yours. Huh? I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate. How can this checkmate, one totally impossible for humans to break, be defeated by the likes of you? Beatrice, you don't mean to... Indeed. If a human cannot make a move, I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I am a witch. A move you can use because you're a witch? What are you planning to do? I will use the red to deny witches. She's giving up on her win con. The teacher and the butler were both startled. I was immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use. To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat. She can sack her own win con. What are you saying? Deny witches with red? Quit talking like an idiot. If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either. You are not a witch, and I am not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much farther to go. Very well then. Right here, right now, there's never been any witches in the first place. I will strip this deception away myself. Aren't both of us real obvious witches? Being able to use the red itself is proof of witches. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you, but if you think that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then how could I make such a mistake? I care not. What did you say? I never did manage to become a witch. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to become a true witch. She said, I'll use the nature of magic. I'll show him the nature of magic. A witch is only a witch if you... Holy shit. A witch is only a witch if you believe she's a witch. And as soon as you stop believing she's a witch, she's no longer a witch. So, at the same time, witches are real and they are not. Magic is real and magic is not. And it's all about your perception and your interpretation of the situation. If what I am right now is a witch, then I'm a false witch like you. One who is merely drunk on power. Rather than existing in its shabby form, I shall erase this form of mine along with you, without any regrets. Are you insane? Stop it. I still want to be a witch. I hate being human. Witch-sama, please return to your seat. If I believe Aura Dude Hole is real, no! Please receive the human side counter from your seat. What are you doing? Let go of me. Don't let the woman use the red. Make her stop. Let go. As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beto, Renove pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing back to her seat. This could also be a bluff from Beatrice. Not a bluff in so many words, but basically, like, as Beatrice is about to do this, she says, yeah, you just got to reveal what, you just got to scoop. I'm going to do it. I'm going to nuke it. It's a nuclear option. I'm going to nuke it. And if you don't just concede now, I'm just going to destroy everything. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from these shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons such as Renove. However, instead of running away, Renove chose to act as a facilitator for the game and to carry out the duty for his master's sake. Beatrice, you have no regrets, right? That's my line. Sorry, teacher. Even though you taught me so much about fun magic and magic that can bring happiness, I wasn't able to use it well at all. So I'll study from square one and start over again. How is this only episode 3? I am truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciple's misconduct. I had a good disciple in the very end. Go, do what you believe in. I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about, but I do understand one thing, and I can say this. Beto, I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop trying to do it. You have no moves, but I have one. If we let that move get away, she will be revived as a witch in the truest sense, and this time, she will control this whole island. All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases. This island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity. Can you permit that? Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare? Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. This is a game between me and her. You shouldn't have to make it your move and sacrifice yourself. It's a queen sacrifice? It's so peak. Oh my god. It's a queen sacrifice. I'll surely think of a miraculous move. So don't rush into it. Damn it. I'll definitely think of one, so don't rush. This game is cruel. The time limit for your consideration has already run out. I am now the only one who can do it. Calm yourself, Battler. I'll defeat her. I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands. Wait, Beto, stop, quit it. There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice yourself. Weren't you fighting to deny me? What a strange person. Ha. Let that child do as she likes, and please, watch her until the end. But, Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Would you cover your ears? My ears? Why? Starting now, I will deny witches in red. I will slice up the game board that she has laid out with her red. By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as well. If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form. If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears. I at least want to be a witch in your eyes. Oh, please. Beatrice, there are no problems on the witch side. Please, your move. I won't let you get away with this either, okay? She's insane. You plan on dying and taking us with you? Stop it, don't deny it. Stop it. How unsightly for a golden witch. Okay, are you ready? I will remove your check in Battler's stead. What happened to the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained? Starting now, I will expose it in red. With that red truth, I will pierce and kill both fake witches. Beto turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, and she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled, so that not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. We're not going to get it, are we? After that, there was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beto was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth, words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beto spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board the witch released. She's not saying shit in red. She's not saying shit in red. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think she's just breaking up Eva Beatrice's game and doesn't want Battler to hear it because it'll expose something that she doesn't want Battler to hear. Again, remembering that I think her entire game... Again, I think Battler is like the conduit of power in this universe. And I think whatever Battler believes is true. And so I think whatever Beatrice had to say here to get Battler out of this game state wasn't that witches don't exist. Because again, she didn't actually say anything in red to Battler. That could have been total bullshit. And as such, with Battler not hearing it, she could have just won the game in a different way. And I think that's what happened. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant, Battler would probably have been able to become the victor in his game with Beto. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all of the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and this entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn that was reach the truth by himself. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach the truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beto and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Yeah, so I think there's like... It's basically, it's not that she denied witches in red, but she explains some of the tricks that she has used that Eva Beatrice was using in this game. She doesn't, and she doesn't want Battler to also know them. But it might not have been in red. The falsehoods that hid in the darkness trying to deceive burnt them to nothing. Why can you die? Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You hold the power to control gold, magic, and everything at will. Why can you so readily throw that away? Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things you can never attain. Come, show yourself. Show your true form. Ushiromiya Eva. When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Eva could be seen there holding a gun. You're the culprit, Aunt Eva. Took you long enough to notice, Battler. Oh. Edge. Without any hesitation or mercy, Eva raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through and he fell to the floor. After going into the convulsions for a short time with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. Wolves and sheep puzzle. Shot to death by Eva. The weapon was a Winchester. Jessica had lost her eyesight, alone with Battler. Wolves and sheep puzzle. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer, and not just for killing him. There have been many murders, and I do have a clue as how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beto exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all the magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was nothing more than less proof that magic can all be explained with humans. Beto made me cover my ears. I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied in red, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair for us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So in other words, no. I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covering my ears would be made pointless. If I'm gonna regret, I can only regret my own actions. If, at the time, I thought of some move to spin things around and counter that witch's final move, there'd be no need for Beto to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Even though it was pitch black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason I felt Beto's presence right next to me. So I tried calling to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're a human or a witch. So even in a world where witches have been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her. Battler. It is done. It's done. I did it. Yeah. I didn't hear it, but I watched you until the very end. I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch. With this, I am no longer a witch, but I will definitely become a witch again. And then, I will make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again. And once again, return, so that I can be accepted as your opponent. No, you were a witch. Huh? I saw it, when you took that evil witch, and blew her away in that awesome magic, exposing her true form. I saw it with my own eyes. That wasn't magic. But the red? No, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden Witch. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll acknowledge it. You are definitely the Golden Witch. When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain, a small grain of gold, like a wheat seed, shone brightly. And even though it was small, it had a strong gold-colored sparkle. Shone on the two of them sitting with their backs together, so they became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that they each had been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beto looked at her own form, he was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal. But for a short while, she was surprised by that form. What? What's going on? That sparkle from that grain of light is slowly getting stronger. That grain of wheat is no longer simply gold-colored, but it was like the light of the sun. Then, it softly began to approach Beto's chest. When that grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, the world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean was spread out below them. Whoa. An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest, walls surrounded, and the ceiling swallowed us. And it was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Ushiromiya mansion. In the middle of the fantastical hall, where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths, like it was a party. And beautiful cooking and fruits were set out, and over there was a great many shapes. It was everyone talking together and smiling. Everyone. There was Dad and Kiri, Kraus, Natsuhi, Rosa, and of course, Aneva and Uncle Hideyoshi. George, Jessica, Maria. Wait, even Shen and Ken and Goda and Kumasawa are here. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return. What the frick? It was almost like a wedding reception. Why? Even though everyone was dead, why are they alive? In the Golden Land, the souls of all the dead can be revived. Welcome back, Beatrice. And welcome, Battler. Welcome to the Golden Land. I made it? I made it to the door of the Golden Land? Yes. Milady, you have finally managed to invite everyone here. Welcome, Battler, to the Golden Land. Battler? So you have finally made it this far. Grandfather? Where in the world am I? My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Therefore, you were the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you this whole time. She tried everything to bring you here. Huh? What did you say? Battler, if you would take your seat, tonight's dinner is my very best work. If you would please relish it. You should be honored. Normally, I would have eaten all of it, but I left you some out of gratitude. The 7 steaks are here. In the Golden Land, all of us with minds are equal. Here, there's no distinction between us furniture, humans, and witches. Battler, we were waiting for you. Welcome to the Golden Land. Shan and George. I still feel like this might be a dream. We should have died. But I'm alive, and everyone is here, and happy. I can't believe it. That's right, this place must be a dream world. It must be a dream that George is acting so friendly with a maid girl. Oh, Ava. Could you give it a rest, Ava? For now, you gotta stay quiet and bless the 2 youngins. The Golden Land is a city of bliss. We should never quarrel here. Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it. Jessica Cannon, you look so wonderful. I'm jealous. Hey, Battler. I'm a little... Battler, welcome. And welcome home. Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Cannon. Cannon wanted to act humbly as a servant and bow. But since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical. With a servant child? You can't. Our Jessica cannot do such a thing. It's hardly a big deal, right? Let her at least choose the person she likes. She can't. You can't either, George. As Aunt Nazi and Aunt Ava begged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children, even though they had always been at odds. It was a very bizarre scene. It really isn't a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes who. That's right. It's proof that parents are too attached to their child. Battler, no matter what kind of woman you bring home, I'll give her a warm welcome, okay? Don't you dare introduce her to this man, okay? He'll get his hands on her immediately. Wow. They'll run off together right away. Battler, you finally came. Maria, from the very beginning, you knew we'd be coming here. Yeah, that's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was being a coward and trembling. It was funny. What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning. How rude. I simply cannot forgive you for speaking of Lady Maria in that way. Oh, wait, they serve Maria? Lady Maria, we can attack at any time. Ow. Be quiet. You are in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Come now, no need to be so stiff. Let's be considerate of their desire to joke around and have fun. This has the same vibes as the episode 1 tea party. It really does. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast? Yes, preparations for my excellent mackerel cooking are complete. Oh, there she goes. I can serve it at any time. Hey, you people, work a little more like furniture. No, I'm gonna stuff myself some more. Come, let's work. Don't keep the guests waiting. Let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything. Make them lazy, make them slothful, fatten them like pigs. I'm sorry, what is happening? Why is there fairy witch dust and all the demons everywhere? Yeah, good question. It's a party. It's the banquet of the Golden Witch. Beatrice, Battler, this way. Grandfather and Virgilio were standing on the ledge at the top of the staircase beckoning to us. Beto and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. This almost feels like a wedding reception. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw strange magical characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it, many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names had been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this one after another. Battler, now that you are here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully. The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone. The cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required. For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here. Last time, the door to the Golden Land was finally opened, but you refused to sign. Oh yeah. Although you probably don't remember it. Because you refused to sign, this world was once again sealed in darkness. Just hear that, it kind of sounds like I'm the only stubborn one. And that I've always been a bother to everyone in various ways. That's because your stubbornness is the real deal. It seems you received just more than blood from Kinzo. Beto laughed amiably. It should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking, I went along with her, laughing and smiling. Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be made complete unless everyone believes. And when you believed in the end, in this miracle, the Golden Land was completed. Looks like I've been a real pain. So what should I do? First, sign here. Then, Beatrice, you sign here. Quill pens are pretty hard to use, huh? Whoa, it's shot. Shooting ink is a bad omen. Can't you at least write your name quickly? Your pen's wriggling all over the place like a worm. You should talk. Don't write in katakana. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it in cursive. It looks like he's signing it. You're making the quill in your name cry. Shut up. In school, didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests? Hey, this is a solemn ceremony. Be silent. Very well. We've gathered the 2 signatures, as well as the form for the covenant. Both of you, your oath, please. We'll start with Beatrice. Put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Say it. Indeed. It's a little embarrassing. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Will that do? Acceptable. Battler is next. In the same way, Battler, put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushiromiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushiromiya Battler swears to... He's just doing it? I'm embarrassed too. Listen, everyone. Here and now, we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans who accepted the Golden Land. When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I had been the only stubborn one and just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one. And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we asked Battler, the last to make the oath, to sign the invitation to the Golden Land. This is something that invites the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to the Golden Land. The Golden Land welcomes the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who have acknowledged it, and it becomes complete. Wait, is this a trap? Is Beatrice trying to just be like, Battler, accept me as a witch by signing this? Battler, I will read it out loud. Listen carefully. The 18 of us accept Beatrice as the Golden Witch and welcome her to the Golden Land. What's going on with you? You won't be invited unless I send an invitation? That does seem to be the ceremony. It feels stiff even to me. Why don't we end it quickly? I've been so hungry for a while now. Come to think of it, I've only been pecking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good. Let's quickly finish this signing. What's this? I acknowledge you as a witch. Huh? That's pretty simple. Damn you, grandfather. Exaggerating it so much. Yeah, this is sketch. Yeah, this is a bait. Oh, shit. Come on, quickly. Sign right here. Aw. Dude, Beatrice, you tease. With a slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the 2 of them started demanding that I sign. She's so sick, yeah. This has been a bait the whole... Y'all, she's the GOAT. She set up this whole story, pretended to be an ally, pretended to change her ways, pretended to be a good witch, died in the story, created a fake villain, built this whole narrative just to try to get him to sign this piece of paper. At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Hell nah, yo ass tweaking, Beatrice. Always and forever. Who's this? When I did, where had she come from? A human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Who's that? A girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me, but I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either. Who are you? Who's this? Where the hell did you come from? Those without invitations are not needed at my party. Servants, kick her out. Kiri's kid would be a lot younger, though. Kiri had the kid 6 years after. She'd be like 12 or 14. Oh, the miscarriage. That's right. They were. That's right. They were pregnant. Wait! 7:15 and 11:29? 7:15 Battler was born. 11:29 this girl was born? And not actually miscarried? As you command, surround her. They were supposed to be born on the same day? Oh yeah, I guess they were supposed to be born on the same day. I was just thinking same year if they were the same age, but like, I think they did say like, they were like literally supposed to be born on the same day. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory surround her from 7 directions. Take out Magic Blade that drew. Oh, is she gonna be like giga powerful too? A form out of nowhere, shuffling goat head servants appeared in great numbers surrounding the girl. On top of that, the Chester sisters stood in front of Beto like a wall, pulling back the bowstring of their bows. Maybe it's something else? I guess we'll see. But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was staring at us at the landing, though she didn't mind at all. She's got the Ushirimiya crest. Who is she looking at? Beto? Grandfather? Could it be me? Yes. The girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled. This is the goat? You mustn't sign that. Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch. Huh? By the witch, huh? At the time, something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of the goat monsters. The goat monsters looked about 2 meters tall, was grabbing me with an arm as thick as a log. There's no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, offer your signature. On this written oath, Ushirimiya Battler acknowledges the existence of witches. Hi, Lily. Yeah, I think Battler's the conduit of this, and they're just trying to get Battler to say if Battler says witches exist, witches exist. So they're trying to get Battler to say witches exist so they can be witches. Again, witches and magic, Rizzlers, witches and magic only exist if you believe they exist, and you are Ushirimiya Battler in this case. Let go, damn it. As the goat monsters held me down with the powers of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist. Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you just about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now after all that, okay? Don't think for an instant that it might be okay to acknowledge witches? You thought that, right? I was tricked? That's insane. Beto isn't that kind of... No, dude. I'm crying in the club right now, y'all. This is the first episode Virgilia appeared. Yeah, Virgilia might not be real. Like, Virgilia might be a fake. It's just a construct of Beto's game. I am that kind of person. It's useless now. It looks like the sentimental sob stories don't suit me. Teacher, I'm counting on you to use all your strength. That was such a plain role to play, and I got so bored. I don't know who you are, girl, but I'll beat you to death, mash you and crush you until the threads start trailing, okay? She ate. Oh, I called the buffet, and they said I'm all out of food because she ate. I'll make you regret being born a woman. Yeah. Huh? Is this girl Battler? Is this alternate timeline girl? Y'all, is this alternate timeline girl Battler that was born instead of Battler via Kiri instead of via Battler's mom? That would be nuts. As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging on the hill was electrocuted, and from that a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. What the fuck is happening? It should have been a direct hit on the girl right below, turning her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed. Oh, so your sudden appearance here wasn't just a fluke. Tell me, state your name. I don't have any name to give you. More importantly, you idiot. How long are you going to be tricked, you softy? Figure it out already. This is all the witch's trap. All these words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says. That can't be. Beto reformed and swore to be a good witch. Beto, all this about traps, it's a lie, right? Tell me it's a lie. Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I did just what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out. Apparently, if you start out all hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft just at the right moment, you can spark a... I'm so mad, dude. I'm fuming. She got my ass. Dude, she bodied me. I've heard villains who start all lovey-dovey and then freak the shit out or all the reason. Oh, freaky ass villain. We love a manipulative and yeah, I stan a scheming queen. Even though I studied a bunch of those manga, anime, and gulge that have been so popular lately, you see. And for you, just as expected, it was tears please, and you're down. Gouge. Yeah, I can only read that like a Pepe emote. You are truly a simple person. I call this North Wind and... I am deceased. They literally named the strat. I'm deceased. I'm fridge, dude. I'm fridge. I can't. How could you trick me? Yes, that expression suits you the most. That caring expression of yours really doesn't suit me after all. I made my back itch, and I was frantically trying not to let it get to me. Too bad witches never reform. You take care of that signature, teacher. It's funny she's just letting the plan go now. Yeah, she could have, like, chilled for, like, 5 more minutes. But I think this girl, Girl Battler... Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Come, look. Sign it and offer your body, your mind, and your soul. When Vergilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, ow, ow. These guys are trying to make me sign, even if it breaks my arm. Can she use magic? Then a bright red light burst out with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue. How long do you plan on keep playing in a place like this? Give it a rest. I'm jealous of you. I'm glad you saved me, but that's a pretty cruel way to say it. Sorry, but who are you? Witch of Rokkenjima? Give him back. Who would do that, you fool? Battler's my toy. My most favorite toy in the world. I won't get tired of him. I won't throw him away, and I won't hand him over to anyone. Even Battler's enjoying this to the fullest. Together with me, he is having so much fun playing. No matter who you are, I won't let you get in the way. Yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. It makes me so jealous it ticks me off. Here you are, in a place like this, guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone. With all these beautiful witches around to pamper you. You must be having so much fun that you don't even want to go back. Are you talking to me? Wait, you've got the wrong idea. This is a pain for me too. What do you mean fun? You don't know what I've been through. What you've been through? You had fun living with Mom and Dad. You played around with all of the cousins. And you get to play with these wacky witches for all eternity. Don't you recognize the happiness you have? Can't you see how jealous I am of you all? She has to have been the miscarried kid. So much that I wish I could join in too. And she has no name. I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you down there. I am satisfied with the toy I have. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box. Yes, I understand. Who would ever play with someone like you? But I will thank you just a little for letting me meet everyone like this. Who are you? You couldn't be. I see. Is that it? Yes, I understand. I know who you are. I see. So you are the piece Lady Baron Castell threw in. How amusing. Baron Castell. Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully. Along with Battler, I'll play nicely. Break you, kill you, crush you. Turn you to ash, mix you with bread, and bake you until you're fluffy. Sick. You can't do that. On the Rokkenjima of 1986, I'll expose everything that happened to the light of day. I'll show you that before the truth, you're like an icicle scared of the coming spring. Prepare yourself, Golden Witch. Beatrice. Oh, no! Cast Beatrice. Ushiromiya Battler. Died on the Ninth Twilight. Ava Beatrice. It's so peak. Oh my god. Ushiromiya Anje. Ushiromiya Kinzo. Died on the first Twilight. Anji is the sister though, right? Ushiromiya Kraus. Natsuhi. Jessica. Is she going to be a part of the Tea Party meta? Probably. Ushiromiya Ava returned alive. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi died. George died. Dude, Ava killed her own kid and husband for the gold here. Like, in this story, in the real world, in this story, Ava just found the gold and went crazy and killed everybody. That's so whack. Angie is Battler's sister? Or did she? I was thinking this is Angie from the future? Maybe. Nove, Lucifer. This is a different end credits roll too, which is pretty sick. Dude, this game is so peak. I'm like, I kneel to this game. It is so good. Oh. There are many hints to how everything happened, but this episode has quite a few since you know about Ava. I missed a couple of the things. And so the Golden Land once again crumbled into darkness. However, Victor finally appeared. The victor is now Golden Witch. Ava, she solved the riddle of the gold before the time was up. The 17 all died. When the seagulls cried, there was but one survivor. There are many hints as to how everything happened, but this episode has quite a few since you know about Ava. It's so good. Just wait for the question mark. Oh boy. I'm gonna do those really quick, yeah. Golden Witch is prepared to give for you in the commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Let's do the Tea Party and the question mark really quick. And then I gotta call it. They are a bit long. Shoot. Should I wait then? I might have to wait then if they're long, because I just got the noise warning because I was freaking out too much. I kind of want to do the tier list, and I'm probably gonna just have to do that tomorrow or something. Do the question mark and the Tea Party tomorrow. Yeah, I think I will do that. Rather than if it's going to be like another hour, which it probably will be. Do the tier list too. I'll do the tier list tomorrow as well. Saved, yeah. Can I do this actually? Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. GG's, yeah. I'm gonna wind down really quick. When is next stream? So I'm playing in an online regional tomorrow for Grand Archive. And that starts at 11 a.m. And we'll probably go for like 7 or 8 rounds. That's gonna be until like 7 or 8 p.m. And I might stream some after that. I gotta see how the day goes tomorrow. I'm what's the word? I'm like playing by ear a lot of the sorry. Yeah, it'll probably be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, it'll be Monday. Just keep an eye on Twitter. I try to post about it, and if you're in the Discord and you have the Rysair Live tag, you can see when I go live. Find somebody to raid to. I turn your notifications on just for these pops. Oh no, the Japanese arcade isn't streaming. That's who I was planning on raiding out to. Maybe we won't raid. Hold on. This person ending? Oh no, I think this person's ending. Find someone. I think I'm just gonna go to bed. I gotta get up and play Grand Archive for like 1,000,000 hours tomorrow. Yeah, I'm just gonna log off. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I'll be good to one another. Make good choices, and I will see you all probably tomorrow for, at the very least, the I'll probably do the tea party and the question mark, and then maybe just play like some variety. Bye bye.